Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still get goosebumps every time I think about what happened at Davis Mountain. It's been 3 months, and I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear something scratching at my bedroom window. For context, I was staying with my friend Jake, whose mom was stationed at Davis Mountain Air Force Base in Tucson. If you don't know about this place, it has a seriously dark history. The base housing is notorious for weird shit happening, suicides, disappearances, and all kinds of unexplainable stuff that military families talk about in hushed voices. Jake's mom, Sandy, was pretty open about it, though. She told us the previous tenants of their house had moved out suddenly after their teenage son tried to hang himself in the garage. No explanation, just couldn't take living there anymore. Anyway, this happened back in August when I was visiting with our other friends, Mia and Derek. We were all staying at Jake's for the weekend while his mum worked night shifts at the medical facility. The house was a standard military duplex, nothing special, just beige walls and government-issued everything. But something about it felt off from the moment I walked in. The first night was uneventful. We just played video games, ordered pizza, and crashed around 2 in the morning. It was the second night when everything went to hell. We were in the living room watching some horror movie, stupid in retrospect, when we heard a tapping at the back sliding glass door. At first, we ignored it, thinking it was just the wind or maybe a bird that hit the glass. But then it happened again. 3 distinct taps, like knuckles on glass. "Did you guys hear that?" Mia asked, looking freaked out. Jake paused the movie, and we all sat in silence. Tap, tap, tap. There it was again. "Probably just a branch or something," Derek said, but he didn't sound convinced. Jake got up and switched on the patio light. That's when we saw her. A girl, maybe 16 or 17, standing on the concrete patio just outside the door. Her face, God, her face was messed up. It looked like someone had taken a knife and just slashed randomly across her cheeks and forehead. The cuts weren't bleeding, though. They were just there, dark and gaping. We all froze. Nobody screamed, which is weird when I think about it now. We just stared at her, and she stared back with these completely vacant eyes. "What the fuck?" Jake whispered. "What the actual fuck?" He reached for his phone, probably to call base security, when the light flickered, just for a second. When it stabilized, the girl was gone. "Did you see that?" Mia was gripping my arm so tight I could feel her nails breaking skin. We all had seen it. No denying what we'd just witnessed. Jake unlocked the sliding door, another stupid move, and stepped onto the patio. "Jake, don't!" I called after him, but he was already out there looking around. The rest of us followed, huddling close together. The Arizona night was cool for August, and I remember getting goosebumps that had nothing to do with the temperature. "There!" Derek pointed toward the back fence that separated the yard from a narrow alley running behind the houses. The girl was standing at the far end of the yard, partially hidden by a scraggly mesquite tree. She'd turned to face us, but made no move to approach. Just stood there, watching. The patio light didn't reach that far, so she was mostly in shadow, but I could make out the silhouette of her head tilted at a weird angle. Jake started walking toward her, which was the last thing I would have done. "Hey, who are you? Are you okay?" he called out. As soon as he took a few steps in her direction, she backed up against the fence and then, I don't know how to describe it. She didn't climb the fence or go around it. She just wasn't there anymore, like she'd passed through it somehow. We all booked it back inside and locked the door. Jake called base security, who came by about 20 minutes later. They searched the yard and the alley behind it but found nothing. The officer who took our statement looked at us like we were just a bunch of kids playing pranks. He reminded us that trespassing on base property was a serious offense and suggested we'd probably seen a neighbor kid trying to scare us. "There have been some break-ins recently," he said before leaving. "Keep your doors locked." After they left, we were all too wired to sleep. We sat in the living room with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. Around 1 in the morning, Jake's mum's German Shepherd Rex started scratching at the back door. He'd been out with Sandy at work, and she must have dropped him off on her break. Jake let him in, and the dog immediately started growling at the sliding glass door. The hair on his back stood up, and he bared his teeth at something none of us could see. Rex was a big dog, easily 90 pounds of muscle, and I'd never seen him act aggressive before. He stationed himself in front of that door and wouldn't move, not even when Jake tried to call him away. "Something's out there," Mia whispered. She'd always claimed to be sensitive to supernatural stuff, which I'd never taken seriously until that night. Sandy called around too to check on us. Jake didn't mention the girl, but did ask about the history of the house. She told him the alley behind their fence was where they'd found the previous tenant's son after he cut himself down from his failed suicide attempt. Apparently, he'd been ranting about the dark thing that followed him home one night. The military doctors had written it off as a psychotic break. After Sandy left to go back to work, Mia suggested we try to feel out whatever was in the yard. She was into meditation and all that spiritual stuff. "You want to go back outside? Are you insane?" Derek looked at her like she'd grown a second head. "Whatever that was, it's not going away just because we're ignoring it," she said. "I want to understand what we're dealing with. I don't know why I agreed to go with her. Maybe curiosity, maybe I didn't want her out there alone." But around 3 in the morning, Mia and I were sitting cross-legged on the patio, while Jake and Derek watched nervously from inside. Rex was going nuts, barking and scratching at the door, but Sandy had put him in her bedroom before leaving. We sat in silence for about 10 minutes, just listening to the night sounds. The base was quiet, except for the occasional distant sound of aircraft. Then we heard it, a scurrying noise from behind the fence, like something moving quickly on all fours. "There," Mia whispered, pointing. At first I didn't see anything. Then I noticed it. A shadow moving along the other side of the fence, not cast by anything, just moving independently. And then it stopped directly opposite from where we were sitting. That's when I saw the dark spot. It wasn't just shadow dark, it was like a hole in reality. The moon was nearly full that night, providing decent visibility, but this spot was absorbing all light around it. It was blacker than black, if that makes any sense, and around it, the shadows seemed to ripple and reach out, like tendrils feeling their way along the fence. "Do you see that?" I whispered to Mia. She nodded slowly, her face pale in the moonlight. "It's watching us." The spot began to rise up the fence, not like it was climbing, but like it was expanding. It reached the top of the 6-foot fence, and for a moment I thought it might spill over into our yard. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. Without warning, Mia grabbed a garden trowel from a pot next to her and threw it over the fence at the dark spot. There was a sound like air being sucked through a small opening, and then the darkness disappeared. "What did you do that for?" I hissed. Before she could answer, we heard movement in the alley, rapid, uneven footsteps that didn't sound human. They zigzagged away from us, moving at a speed that nothing should be able to maintain. As whatever it was fled, every dog in the neighborhood started barking frantically. The sound followed the path of the footsteps, house by house, until it faded into the distance. Jake and Derek had seen enough through the glass door and came rushing out to us. "What the hell was that?" Jake demanded. "I don't know," Mia said, her voice shaking, "but I think we pissed it off." We cautiously approached the fence and peered over into the alley. The garden trowel was stuck headfirst in the dirt, as if it had been driven in with considerable force. Jake hopped the fence to retrieve it. Again, why would he do that? And when he brought it back, The metal was ice cold despite the warm night. None of us slept that night. We stayed in the living room with every light on, Rex pacing nervously between us and the back door. When dawn finally broke, we felt a little safer, but not much. Jake's mom came home around 8 and found us all still awake, looking like we'd seen a ghost, which, honestly, might have been preferable to whatever that dark thing was. We decided to explore the base that day, partly to keep our minds off the previous night, and partly because we were stupidly curious about the history of the place. As we walked around, I kept getting the feeling we were being followed. Occasionally, I'd hear whispers just behind me, but when I turned around, no one was there. At one point, we found ourselves near an old administrative building that was scheduled for demolition. An elderly groundskeeper was working nearby, and Mia, being Mia, asked him if he knew any stories about the base. "You kids staying in the housing units?" he asked, eyeing us suspiciously. When Jake mentioned which unit was theirs, the man's expression darkened. "That section was built over part of the old cemetery," he said. "They moved most of the graves before construction, but—" He trailed off, shrugging. "But what?" I pressed. "Not everything. That gets buried stays where you put it," he muttered, then walked away, refusing to say more. That was 3 months ago. Jake's mom requested a transfer shortly after, and they moved off base within weeks. Derek hasn't spoken much about that night, but Mia and I have been researching similar phenomena. We've found accounts of shadow people and void entities that match what we saw, but nothing that fully explains it. I still don't know what that thing in the alley was. Was it connected to the girl with the cut-up face? Was it responsible for the previous tenant's suicide attempt? I can't say for sure. All I know is that sometimes, late at night, I feel like there's something darker than shadow watching me from corners where the light doesn't quite reach. And when that happens, I remember the sound it made as it fled down that alley. Not quite human, not quite animal, but something else entirely. I'm determined to find out what it was. Maybe that's stupid and dangerous, but I can't let it go. Some questions demand answers, even when you're afraid of what those answers might be. Story 2. I've never been comfortable talking about this, but it's been haunting me for too long. After everything that's happened recently, I need to get this off my chest. I'm 30 now, married with a 5-year-old son, but what I'm about to share started when I was 15 and has never fully left me. Some of you might think I'm crazy or making this up. Sometimes I wish I was. I grew up in Shadowvale, a small town that looks charming in the daylight but feels different after dark. When I was 15, I was staying at my grandmother's house for the weekend. My brother Jake, 18 at the time, was there too with his girlfriend Casey. That Friday night, we were watching some forgettable horror movie in Grandma's basement. Grandma had gone to bed early, leaving us teenagers to our own devices. About halfway through the movie, something happened that changed everything. I heard a woman scream. Not from the TV, in my head. It was so loud and clear that I jumped, spilling my soda all over my lap. I looked around, expecting Jake and Casey to be freaking out too, but Jake was just staring at me like I was an idiot. "What the hell, Thomas?" he asked, pausing the movie. Before I could explain, Casey grabbed my arm. Her face had gone completely white. "You heard it too?" she whispered. Jake looked between us, confused. "Heard what?" "The scream," I said, my voice shaking. "A woman screaming." Casey nodded slowly, her eyes never leaving mine. "It's a lost spirit," she said with total conviction. "It's trying to communicate." I should mention that Casey was heavily into witchcraft. She had tarot cards, crystals, the whole deal. Jake thought it was quirky and cute. I always found it a little unsettling, but I never said anything. "Don't start with that crap," Jake said, rolling his eyes. He unpaused the movie and tried to act like nothing had happened. But something had changed. Over the next few weeks, Casey started having these episodes. She'd be totally normal 1 minute, then suddenly she'd start shaking violently, her eyes rolling back. The first time it happened, we were at the mall. Jake panicked, thinking she was having a seizure, but then I instinctively reached out and touched her shoulder. The second my hand made contact, she stopped shaking. Her eyes focused, and she looked at me with this expression I'll never forget, like she was seeing right through me to something else. "You calmed it," she whispered. "It recognizes you." After that, whenever Casey had an episode, Jake would call me to come calm her down. It always worked. I'd touch her arm or shoulder, and whatever was happening would stop. I didn't understand it, and honestly, it scared the hell out of me. Jake and Casey broke up about 6 months later. High school relationships, you know. But the weird stuff didn't stop. In fact, it got worse. I was 17 when things escalated. Jake, now 20, had come home from college for the summer. One night, he invited some friends over while our parents were away for the weekend. We were drinking. I know, underage drinking, not my proudest moment, when the atmosphere suddenly changed. We were all sitting in the living room, just shooting the breeze, when 3 of Jake's friends simultaneously stood up and stared at him. Their faces had changed, twisted with rage. One of them, Mike, actually picked up a beer bottle and gripped it like he was about to smash it. "Guys," Jake said, laughing nervously, "what the hell?" I felt it too, this overwhelming urge to hurt my brother. It was like someone had poured liquid hatred into my brain. I fought against it, digging my fingernails into my palms until they bled. "Stop it," I said, though I wasn't sure who I was talking to. "Leave him alone." As suddenly as it started, it stopped. Mike dropped the bottle, looking confused. The others sat back down, shaking their heads like they were clearing cobwebs. "What just happened?" someone asked. Nobody had an answer. Jake played it off as a weird group hallucination from the alcohol, but I knew better. Something had tried to use us to hurt him. After that night, I started experiencing more incidents. Objects would move in my room. I'd wake up with scratches on my arms and back. I'd hear whispering when I was alone. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was imagining things, but deep down, I knew I wasn't. A month later, I confided in my friend Chris, whose family was deeply religious. He suggested I come to his house for what he called a cleansing prayer. I was desperate enough to try anything. That night at Chris's house is burned into my memory. His parents and their pastor friend gathered around me in their living room. They laid hands on my shoulders and began to pray. At first, I felt nothing but awkward, sitting there with my eyes closed while they called on Jesus to heal me. Then it hit me, a pain so intense I thought I was dying. It felt like something was being ripped out of my chest. I collapsed onto the floor, convulsing. I could hear them praying louder, more urgently, but their voices seemed to come from miles away. And then I heard it, a voice that wasn't mine, speaking through my mouth. It was deep, gravelly, nothing like my voice. "I am many," it said. "I have been Adolf. I have been Alistair. I have been kings and killers." I don't remember much after that. Chris told me later that I had spoken in several different voices, naming historical figures before finally passing out. When I came to, I felt lighter, like something had been lifted from me. But it wasn't over, not by a long shot. The next 3 years were the darkest of my life. I fell into a depression so severe I barely functioned. Suicidal thoughts plagued me constantly. I dropped out of community college after just 1 semester. I couldn't hold a job. I couldn't maintain relationships. It was like something had hollowed me out and left just enough of me alive to suffer. The only person who stuck by me was Jake. He never fully believed in the supernatural explanation, but he believed I was suffering and needed help. He drove me to therapy appointments, made sure I took my medication, and sometimes just sat with me through the night when I was too terrified to sleep. Gradually, painfully, I started to get better. By the time I was 23, I was stable enough to live independently. I met Sarah at 24, and somehow, miraculously, she saw something in me worth loving. We married when I was 25, and our son was born a year later. For a while, I thought it was over. I convinced myself that whatever had happened was just a manifestation of undiagnosed mental illness, now treated and under control. The medications, therapy, and support system had worked. I was normal. I was happy. Then, 3 months ago, it came back. It started with small things, the feeling of being watched, cold spots in our house, my son talking about the shadow man who stands in the corner of his room at night. I tried to ignore it, to rationalize it away. Kids have imaginary friends. Houses have drafts. Paranoia is a side effect of my medication. But then Jake called me in the middle of the night 2 weeks ago. He was panicking, barely coherent. When I finally calmed him down, what he told me chilled me to the bone. "Thomas," he said, "I saw it. The thing you've been talking about all these years. It was standing at the foot of my bed, watching me." Jake, who had always been the skeptic, the rational one, was terrified. He described exactly what I'd been seeing, a shadowy figure that seemed to shift between human shapes. The next day, I went to his apartment. As soon as I walked in, I felt it. That same heavy, oppressive presence from years ago. Jake looked terrible, like he hadn't slept in days. Coffee cups littered every surface, and he taped religious symbols to his walls and windows. "It followed you to me," he said, his voice breaking. "All those years ago, when I didn't believe you, it was real. And now it's found me." I didn't know what to say. Part of me was relieved that I wasn't crazy, that someone else could finally see what I'd been experiencing. But mostly, I was terrified. If this thing was real, if it wasn't just in my head, then what did it want? Why had it latched onto me, and now Jake? Last night I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning. Sarah was sleeping peacefully beside me, but something had pulled me from sleep, a presence in the room. I opened my eyes and saw it clearly for the first time. Not just a shadow or a feeling, but a figure standing at the foot of our bed. It kept shifting. One moment it looked like an old man, the next a younger one with intense eyes, then something inhuman altogether. "I've been patient," it said, in that same gravelly voice I remembered from Chris's house. "But it's time to continue what we started." I wanted to scream, to wake Sarah, to do something, but I couldn't move. I was completely paralyzed. "You thought you could escape me? I've been with you since before you were born. I'll be with you long after you die. You are my vessel, Thomas. You always have been." Then it was gone, and I could move again. I sat up, gasping, covered in sweat. Sarah stirred beside me. "Bad dream," she murmured sleepily. I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. "Yeah," I said, "just a nightmare." But it wasn't a nightmare. I know that now. Whatever this thing is, this entity that claims to have been Hitler, Crowley, and who knows who else, it's real. It's been with me for 15 years, and it's getting stronger. I don't know what to do. Part of me still wonders if this is all an elaborate delusion, if I'm actually typing this from a psychiatric hospital somewhere, imagining a normal life that doesn't exist. But then I think about Casey hearing that scream too, about Jake seeing the same entity, about my son talking about the shadow man. Too many people have experienced this thing for it to be just in my head. But if it's real, God help me, God help us all. It's watching me right now as I type this. I can feel it reading over my shoulder, amused by my fear. Sometimes I think that's all it wants, to feed on terror. Other times I'm convinced it has some larger purpose for me, for Jake, for my son. Whatever the truth is, I know one thing for certain. It's not finished with me yet. Story 3. I don't talk about this much, but I think I need to get it off my chest. I've held on to this experience for over 15 years now, and it still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. When I was 13, my Aunt Marianne owned this massive 3-story mansion in northeast Ohio that dated back to the Civil War era. The place was seriously enormous, probably had 20 rooms or more, with these impossibly high ceilings and dark wood everywhere. It was the kind of house that felt like it was watching you, even when you were alone. My cousin Emma lived there, and I'd visit frequently on weekends since we were the same age and pretty close. The mansion itself was fascinating in a creepy way. It had these secret passages built into the walls that connected rooms on opposite sides of the building. Emma showed me how to access them through sliding panels, disguised as bookshelves, or through small doors hidden behind furniture. We used to play hide and seek in there, though honestly, I never liked being in those passages alone. They were narrow, dusty, and pitch black unless you brought a flashlight. What made the house even stranger was that my aunt rented out rooms to people I never actually saw. Emma would mention the tenant in the East Wing, or the lady who lives in the third-floor corner room, but somehow these people were never around when I visited. I started to wonder if they were real, or if Emma was just messing with me. The most unsettling part, though, was that my Aunt Marianne and her three sisters, my Aunt Judith, Aunt Caroline, and Aunt Rebecca, practiced witchcraft. They didn't hide it either. They had this room on the second floor that they called their workspace, with all sorts of strange items, crystals, herbs hanging from the ceiling to dry, books with symbols I didn't recognize, and candles everywhere. My family is Christian, and my parents weren't thrilled about the witchcraft thing, but they never forbade me from visiting. They just told me to respect other people's beliefs and made me promise not to participate in any rituals. From the first time I visited, I felt something was off about that house. The atmosphere was heavy, like the air itself was thicker and harder to breathe. Certain rooms would suddenly go cold for no reason, and you'd get this overwhelming feeling that you needed to leave immediately. Emma seemed completely unfazed by it all. She'd grown up there, and I guess she was used to it. But I never got comfortable with the mansion's presence, I guess you could call it. I remember one particular Saturday in October when I was staying for the weekend. It was a grey, drizzly day, and the house seemed darker than usual. My aunt had these ornate stained glass windows in some rooms that cast coloured shadows across the floors. But that day, even those seemed dull and lifeless. My Aunt Marianne had to run some errands in town, and Emma wanted to go with her to visit the bookstore. I decided to stay behind because I had some homework to finish. And honestly, I wanted to watch this TV show that was coming on soon. This was before streaming services, so if you missed something, you missed it entirely. Around 2 in the afternoon, I watched from the second-floor schoolroom window. Yes, the house had its own schoolroom, complete with an ancient chalkboard and rows of desks, as my aunt's car pulled out of the driveway. Emma waved up at me from the passenger seat, and I waved back. The car disappeared down the long driveway lined with maple trees that were shedding their orange and red leaves. I turned away from the window, planning to head downstairs to the living room where the TV was. That's when I heard it. "Hey, Sarah, come here a minute." It was Emma's voice, clear as day, coming from somewhere below me. It sounded like it was coming from the basement. I froze, my hand still on the window frame. I had literally just watched Emma leave in the car. There was no way she could be in the basement. My mind raced through possibilities. Maybe she forgot something and ran back inside while I wasn't looking. But I would have heard the front door, and besides, the car was long gone. "Sarah, I need to show you something. Come down to the basement." The voice was perfect. It had Emma's exact pitch, her slight lisp when she said S sounds, even the way she always emphasized the last word of her sentences. But something was wrong. There was an undercurrent to it, a feeling that made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't just fear of hearing a voice that shouldn't be there. It was a deep, instinctive dread, like my body was recognizing danger before my mind could process it. I stood completely still, barely breathing. The schoolroom suddenly felt colder, and I had the distinct sensation that I wasn't alone anymore. The voice came again, this time with a hint of impatience. "Sarah, I know you can hear me. Just come down for a second." That's when I noticed something that turned my blood to ice. While the voice sounded exactly like Emma, it lacked any echo. In that big old house, voices always carried a slight reverb, especially when calling from another floor. This voice was too clean, too direct, like it was being generated right beside my ear, rather than traveling through the house. I needed to get out of there. My backpack and jacket were upstairs in Emma's room on the 3rd floor, but to get there, I had only 2 options. I could either take the main staircase, which meant passing directly by the door to the basement, or I could use the servants' stairs at the back of the house, which were closer to the basement than the main stairs. "Sarah, don't you want to see what I found? It's really cool." The voice had changed slightly. It still sounded like Emma, but there was a sing-song quality to it now that Emma never used. And beneath that, almost imperceptible but definitely there, was a sound like multiple voices speaking at once. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I decided to take the main staircase. It was wider, better lit, and closer to the front door. I stepped out of the schoolroom as quietly as possible, praying that the old floorboards wouldn't creak. The hallway stretched before me, lined with faded wallpaper and old paintings of people I didn't know. The air felt thicker, almost resistant, as I moved toward the main staircase. Every step felt like wading through molasses. I reached the top of the stairs and looked down. From there, I could see the heavy wooden door that led to the basement. It was closed, thank God, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting just behind it, listening for my approach. "I can hear you up there, Sarah. Why are you being so rude? I just want to show you something." The voice had changed again. It still had Emma's timbre, but the cadence was all wrong now. It spoke too slowly, emphasizing random syllables, like someone who had learned to mimic human speech, but didn't quite understand it. I took a deep breath and started down the stairs, keeping my eyes fixed on that basement door. My plan was simple: move as quickly and quietly as possible, get past the basement door, run up to the 3rd floor, grab my stuff, and get out of the house. As I descended, the temperature dropped noticeably. By the time I reached the halfway point on the staircase, I could see my breath forming small clouds in front of my face. The cold wasn't natural. It was like walking into a freezer, a sudden and definite boundary between normal air and this frigid pocket. 3 steps from the bottom, I heard a sound that stops my heart to this day when I remember it. The basement doorknob was turning, slowly, the mechanism inside it clicking as it rotated. I didn't think, I just moved. I leapt over the last few steps and bolted past the basement door just as it began to open. I didn't look to see what was behind it. Some primal part of my brain screamed that if I saw whatever was there, I would never be able to unsee it, that the mere sight of it would change me forever. I flew up the servants' stairs to the 3rd floor, taking the steps 2 and 3 at a time. I burst into Emma's room, grabbed my backpack and jacket from her bed, and then faced another horrible decision. The only way back down was the way I had come, or the main staircase, which would take me right past the 2nd floor where I'd have to pass several doorways, any of which might contain whatever was in the house with me. I chose the servants' stairs again, clutching my belongings to my chest. As I descended, I heard it again. "Where are you going, Sarah? The fun is downstairs. Don't you want to have fun?" The voice was coming from directly below me now, at the bottom of the servants' stairs. It no longer sounded entirely like Emma. It was like listening to 2 recordings layered on top of each other. Emma's voice on the surface, but another voice underneath, deeper and somehow older than any human voice should be. I stopped, paralyzed with fear. I was trapped between floors with nowhere to go. Then I remembered the secret passages. There was an entrance in the hallway linen closet that led to a passage that would take me directly to the sunroom on the 1st floor, right next to the front door. I backed up the stairs and slipped into the 3rd floor hallway. The linen closet was just a few doors down. I ran to it, yanked it open, and pushed aside the stacks of towels on the bottom shelf. Behind them was a small wooden panel. I pressed the hidden catch Emma had shown me, and the panel swung inward. The passage was narrow and pitch black. I had no flashlight, but I didn't care. Anything was better than encountering whatever was calling my name. I squeezed into the passage and pulled the panel shut behind me. In the complete darkness, I felt my way forward, one hand on each wall of the narrow corridor. Cobwebs brushed against my face, and the air was stale and dusty, but I kept moving. I counted my steps, trying to remember exactly how many it took to reach the exit. Then I heard it again, but this time it was in the passage with me. "This is a fun game, Sarah. I've always loved hide and seek." The voice was right behind me, so close I could feel the breath on my neck. Cold, damp breath that smelled like wet earth and something rotting. I screamed and ran blindly through the darkness, no longer caring about counting steps or finding the right exit. My shoulder slammed into the wall as the passage turned, but I barely felt the pain. I just kept running until my outstretched hands hit a wooden panel, an exit. I pushed frantically, trying to find the release mechanism. My fingers found a small lever, and I yanked it downward. The panel swung outward, and I tumbled into the sunroom, falling onto the hardwood floor in a heap. I didn't stop to see if anything had followed me out of the passage. I scrambled to my feet, ran to the front door, and pulled it open. The grey October daylight had never looked so beautiful. I ran down the driveway and didn't stop running until I reached the main road. I never went back to that house. I made up excuses whenever my mom suggested visiting, homework, friends' birthdays, feeling sick, anything to avoid setting foot in that mansion again. I never told anyone what happened. How could I? It sounded crazy even to me. And I was there. Years later, I found out that the mansion had been demolished to make way for a medical facility. Part of me was relieved that the house was gone, but another part wondered if whatever had been in that basement was really gone too, or if it was still there, beneath the new building, waiting. Sometimes, I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear a voice calling my name in the dark. And I still wonder what would have happened if I had answered that call and gone down to the basement. Would I have disappeared? Gone insane? Died? Or maybe something worse than any of those? And whenever I drive past that medical facility, I can't help but wonder if the patients and staff ever hear voices calling them from empty rooms, perfectly mimicking the voices of people they love. Story 4. I've never been the type to believe in supernatural stuff. Sure, I've watched those ghost hunting shows and had a laugh, but I never thought I'd experience anything that would make me question my firm stance on the paranormal. Until that night at Hannah's house, I was perfectly content living in my logical, explainable world. It was about 3 years ago when Hannah invited me over for our usual weekend sleepover. We'd been friends since middle school, and sleepovers at her place were our thing. Hannah lived in this old farmhouse on the outskirts of Oak Ridge. You know, one of those places that's charming during the day, but becomes eerily isolated once the sun sets. The nearest neighbor was at least half a mile away, and the house itself was over 100 years old, complete with creaky floorboards and drafty windows. That particular night started like any other. We ordered pizza, watched some stupid rom-com, and talked about school drama. Around midnight, Hannah suddenly got this excited look on her face and said she had something cool to show me. She disappeared into her room and came back holding this small rock crystal attached to a silver chain. "It's a pendulum," she explained, dangling it in front of me. "My cousin showed me how to use it. It answers yes or no questions." I rolled my eyes. "Come on, Hannah. That's just gravity and the tiny movements your hand makes." "No, seriously, Lily, it works. And it's not like a Ouija board or anything dangerous. There's no negative energy involved. It's just a tool." I was skeptical, but figured it was harmless. We cleared a space on the coffee table in the living room, and Hannah demonstrated how it worked. She held the chain between her thumb and index finger, keeping her hand as still as possible, and asked the crystal to show her which way it would swing for yes. The crystal began moving in a forward and backward motion. Then she asked for no, and it swung side to side. "Your turn," she said, handing it to me. I felt silly, but I took the pendulum and mimicked what she'd done. To my surprise, the crystal moved in the same patterns for me, forward and back for yes, side to side for no. I told myself it was just my subconscious making micro movements. We started asking basic questions. Is it going to rain tomorrow? The weather forecast had predicted it would. The crystal swung forward and back, yes. Will I pass my history test on Monday? I asked, and got a yes. Does Jake from chemistry like me? Hannah asked, and got a no, which made us both laugh because we knew he had a girlfriend. For about 20 minutes it was just silly fun. Some answers matched what we expected, others didn't. I was starting to get bored when Hannah asked a question that changed everything. Is this an evil spirit? She asked, half giggling. The instant the words left her mouth, Hannah flinched hard and brought her hand to her eye. Ow! Something just got in my eye. Her eye was watering, and she looked genuinely hurt. You okay? I asked, feeling a sudden chill. Yeah, it just stings. She blinked several times. Weird timing, huh? That was the first moment I felt uncomfortable. The playful atmosphere had shifted, and I suggested we take a break. Hannah agreed, and we moved to the kitchen floor. A weird place to hang out, but we liked sitting against the cabinets while playing music on her phone. We were trying to lighten the mood by making up stupid rap lyrics when I felt something. It's hard to explain, but it was like a pressure change in the room. I glanced up toward the kitchen doorway, and that's when I saw it. A dark shadow that slid quickly behind the corner wall next to the door. It wasn't like a normal shadow cast by something moving past a light. It was darker, more solid somehow, and it moved with purpose. My body went cold. Hannah, I said, my voice barely above a whisper, we need to get up. Right now. What? Why? She looked confused. I couldn't take my eyes off the doorway. I just saw something move. Out there. It's probably just the cat, she said, but her voice wavered. Your cat is upstairs with your brother. I just saw a shadow move. I was already standing up, pulling her with me. That's when the feeling hit me. This overwhelming sense of being watched from every direction. My chest tightened, and I felt sick to my stomach with anxiety. The air felt heavy, like it was pushing down on me. Something was in that house with us, and it wasn't friendly. We went to Hannah's downstairs bedroom, the one we always used for sleepovers. It was right next to the living room, but as soon as we walked in, I knew I couldn't stay there. The feeling of dread was even stronger. I can't be down here, I told Hannah, my voice shaking. We need to go upstairs. Hannah looked at me strangely. Why? We always sleep down here. I don't care. Something doesn't feel right. I was already gathering my sleeping bag and pillow. Please, Hannah, I'm serious. She seemed reluctant, which was weird considering I was clearly freaking out. My brother's trying to sleep up there. I don't care if he gets annoyed. I need to get upstairs now. I was near tears at this point. Finally, she gave in. We grabbed our stuff and hurried upstairs to the spare bedroom across from where her 18-year-old brother Ryan was sleeping. The moment we reached the top of the stairs, it was like crossing some invisible boundary. The heavy feeling lifted slightly, and I could breathe again. We set up our sleeping bags on the floor of the spare room, and I sat with my back against the wall, still trembling. Are you okay? Hannah asked, finally seeming concerned. No, I'm not okay. Didn't you feel that downstairs? It felt like... I struggled to find the words. Like something was watching us, something bad. Here's where it gets even weirder. Instead of being freaked out like I expected, Hannah reached into her pocket and pulled out the crystal pendulum again. "What are you doing?" I hissed. "Put that away." "It's fine," she said. "Let's just ask some more questions. It'll show you there's nothing to worry about." I wanted to refuse, but something felt different about the energy upstairs. The oppressive feeling had lessened significantly, and there was almost a sense of protection. The dread that had been crushing me downstairs was replaced by a strange calmness that I couldn't explain. Hannah started with the pendulum again, establishing the yes and no movements. But this time, the energy around it felt completely different. Downstairs, there had been this heavy, masculine presence, threatening and dark. Up here, it felt lighter, almost feminine, like an elderly woman was with us. "Is there a spirit here with us right now?" Hannah asked. The crystal swung forward and back. "Yes." "Is it the same spirit from downstairs?" Side to side. "No." My mouth went dry. "Ask if the thing downstairs is negative." Hannah hesitated, then asked, "Is the entity downstairs negative or harmful?" The crystal swung emphatically forward and back. "Yes." "Are you protecting us?" I whispered. "Yes." We asked a few more questions, but I was too shaken to remember them all. What I do remember is that every answer suggested there was something malevolent downstairs and something protective upstairs. Eventually, Hannah put the pendulum away, and we tried to sleep. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept thinking about how Hannah had tried to keep me downstairs, despite seeing how terrified I was. And why had she brought out the pendulum again after what happened? It was like she was being influenced somehow. The strangest part was my instinctive need to be near her brother. Not in a weird way. I barely knew Ryan and had maybe spoken 10 words to him in all the times I'd visited. But that night, I felt drawn upstairs, as if his presence offered safety. It makes no logical sense. What could a sleeping 18-year-old do against whatever I felt downstairs? Yet somehow, I knew we needed to be near him. Morning eventually came, and in the daylight I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild after playing with the pendulum. Maybe the shadow I saw was just a trick of the light. But deep down, I knew better. I never spent another night at Hannah's house. Our friendship drifted apart in the months that followed. Not because we fought or anything, but because I couldn't bring myself to go back there. Hannah moved away the following year when her parents divorced and the house was sold. Sometimes I wonder about the new owners. Do they feel the presence downstairs? Do they sense the protective energy upstairs? Or was it something attached to Hannah or her family, not the house itself? It's been 3 years, and I still get chills thinking about that night. I've never touched a pendulum again, and I never will. Some doors aren't meant to be opened, even accidentally. What haunts me most isn't the shadow I saw, or even the suffocating dread I felt. It's the certainty that whatever was in that house knew we were there and was watching us long before we became aware of it. Story 5. I still get goosebumps typing this out, but I need to share what happened to me. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar or can make sense of it. This has haunted me for years. I was 18, living with my parents in Oakwood Heights, just your typical quiet suburb where nothing really happens. The kind of place where you know most of your neighbors and the biggest excitement is usually someone's new landscaping. Our house wasn't anything special, a 2-story colonial my parents bought when I was little. I'd never felt anything weird there before that night. It was around 11:30 at night, a Tuesday I think, during my senior year of high school. I remember because I had a calculus test the next day that I'd been studying for, and I was exhausted. My room was on the 2nd floor, at the end of the hallway. My parents' bedroom was downstairs. They'd converted the old den into their master bedroom a few years earlier because my dad had knee problems and didn't want to deal with the stairs anymore. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone, trying to wind down. The house was completely silent. Mom and Dad had gone to bed around 10, and I could usually hear Dad snoring faintly if I really listened. but nothing else. I remember putting my phone on the charger, turning off my bedside lamp, and settling down to sleep. I was in that weird, half-awake, half-asleep state when I first heard it. A soft humming. At first, I thought maybe it was coming from outside, like someone walking down the street, but as I became more alert, I realized it was definitely inside my room. It was a little girl's voice. I knew that immediately, and she was trying to hum a song, not singing words, just the melody. The notes were hesitant, like she was trying to remember how it went. I recognized the tune almost immediately. Greensleeves. You know, the Christmas song, What Child Is This? Has the same melody. My grandmother used to sing it to me, so I knew it well. But the way this voice was humming, it was all broken up, like with little pauses in between, like when you're trying to recall a song but can't quite get it right. I froze, completely froze. I lived with just my parents, no siblings, no little girls. Nobody else should have been in the house. I told myself I was dreaming. That had to be it. I was just half asleep and my brain was playing tricks on me, but the humming continued, getting progressively louder. Not screaming loud, but more confident, like whatever was humming was getting closer or more sure of the melody. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear my pulse in my ears. I was lying on my side facing the wall, and I couldn't bring myself to roll over and look at my room. I was terrified of what I might see. The humming was coming from the foot of my bed now. I started repeating, "No, no, no, this isn't happening," under my breath. I was shaking so badly I could feel my teeth chattering. I've never been so scared in my life. In a burst of panic, I suddenly sat bolt upright and lunged for my desk lamp. The humming didn't stop. I still didn't look toward the sound. I couldn't. Instead, I frantically grabbed my laptop and put in the first DVD I could find, the Three Stooges collection my dad had gotten me as a joke gift the previous Christmas. I'd never been so grateful for slapstick comedy in my life. I turned the volume up as high as it would go. The sudden blare of the opening theme made me jump, but I was desperate to drown out that humming. I pulled my blanket up to my chin and stared fixedly at the screen, trying to focus on Mo, Larry, and Curly instead of whatever was in my room. I don't know exactly when the humming stopped. The movie was so loud I couldn't hear it anymore, and I was too scared to turn down the volume to check. I watched 3 episodes back to back, the light from my laptop illuminating my room, before I finally fell asleep from sheer exhaustion. I woke up the next morning with my laptop battery dead and the DVD menu looping silently. When I went downstairs for breakfast, my mom was making coffee. She took one look at my face and asked if I was feeling okay. I must have looked terrible. I hadn't slept well, and I was still completely freaked out. I hesitated to tell her. My family isn't really into weird stuff, but we've had a few unexplainable things happen over the years. Like the time my dad's deceased father's favorite watch suddenly started working again on his birthday after being broken for years. Or when my mum swore she saw her childhood dog at the foot of her bed the night after it died. Small things, but enough that I thought maybe she wouldn't think I was completely crazy. So I told her. I described the humming, how it seemed to get louder, how terrified I was. She listened carefully, her coffee getting cold in her hands. "What song was it?" she asked when I finished. "What was the little girl trying to sing?" "It was Greensleeves," I said, "you know, like," and then I started to hum it to show her the melody. Just a few notes. I stopped abruptly when I saw my mum's face go pale. Her eyes widened, and she was staring at something behind me. That's when I heard it again, the little girl's humming. But this time it was louder, clearer, like she was standing right behind me. And she wasn't hesitating anymore. She was humming the exact melody I had just hummed, as if she was demonstrating, "See, this is how I was singing it." I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The coffee mug slipped from my mum's hands and shattered on the kitchen floor, but neither of us reacted. We just stood there listening to this unseen child humming the melody of Greensleeves, perfectly for about 15 seconds, and then it stopped, just like that. The kitchen was silent, except for the dripping of the coffee maker and my mum's shaky breathing. "Did you?" I whispered. She nodded, her face still white as a sheet. "I heard it," she said, "clear as day." We cleaned up the broken mug without saying much. I ended up skipping school that day. There was no way I could concentrate on a calculus test after what had happened. Mom called in sick to work too. We sat in the living room with all the lights on, talking in low voices about what it could have been. My mum suggested we sage the house, something she'd seen on TV. Dad thought we were both overreacting when he heard about it that evening. He suggested maybe it was the pipes or the house settling. But the look he gave me told me he wasn't entirely convinced by his own explanation. The weird thing is, after that morning, I never heard the humming again in that house. 7 years have passed now. I've moved out, gone to college, started my own life. Sometimes I almost managed to convince myself it was just some weird, shared hallucination. But last month, I was visiting my parents for the weekend. Mom mentioned that our old neighbors, the Thompsons, had finally sold their house after trying for 2 years. "The new family seems nice," she said. "They have a little girl about 7 or 8. I was talking to the mom yesterday, and she mentioned something odd. Apparently their daughter had been complaining about the invisible girl who hums at night. The mom thought it was just a nightmare or her daughter's imagination." "What song does she hum?" I asked, my blood running cold. Mom looked at me and I knew before she said it. The mom didn't know the name, but when she hummed it for me, it was Greensleeves. I later learned from other neighbors that there have been stories for years about a ghost of a little girl that moves from house to house in our area, not tied to one building, but wandering. Several families over the decades have reported hearing a child humming or singing when there shouldn't be one present. What terrifies me most is not that she was in my room that night. It's that she responded to me. When I hummed her song the next morning, she answered back, like she was trying to connect, to show me she was real, like she wanted me to know she was listening. I've never been able to explain what happened. Was she trying to find someone who knew her song? Was she just passing through? I don't know. But music seems to be her way of reaching out. I still can't listen to Greensleeves. I change the radio station immediately if it comes on during Christmas. And sometimes, in that space between waking and sleeping, I find myself listening for a little girl's humming and dreading that I might hear it again. Story 6. I've never told this story publicly before. It happened 27 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some experiences just stay with you, burned into your memory no matter how much time passes. This is one of them. It was January 1st, 1996. I was 23, home from college for winter break in Chicago. The night before had been New Year's Eve, and my brother Jake and I had gone pretty hard celebrating downtown. We bar hopped until most places closed, then crashed at his apartment until I sobered up enough to drive home. I pulled into my parents' driveway as the sky was just starting to lighten, probably around 5:30 in the morning. I was exhausted, but still buzzing a little from the night before. The house was quiet when I entered through the side door, but to my surprise, I could smell coffee brewing in the kitchen. My mum was standing at the stove in her bathrobe, scrambling eggs. This was weird because she was never up this early unless she had to work and it was a holiday. "Michael, you're just getting in now?" she asked, looking over her shoulder. "Yeah, crashed at Jake's for a bit." My voice was raspy from shouting over music all night. "Why are you up so early?" She shrugged. "Couldn't sleep. Thought I'd make breakfast. You hungry?" I wasn't, but I sat at the kitchen table anyway while she fixed me a plate. We made small talk about the party, but there was something off about her. She seemed distracted, kept glancing at the phone. I was too tired to ask what was bothering her, and honestly, all I wanted was to crash in my bed. After forcing down a few bites to make her happy, I headed upstairs to my old bedroom. Nothing had changed since high school. My parents kept it exactly the same after I left for college. It was small, with posters of bands I didn't even listen to anymore still tacked to the walls. The window looked out over our backyard, and my twin bed was pushed against the wall opposite the door. The most prominent feature was this massive oak dresser directly across from the door with a big rectangular mirror attached to it. My mum had inherited it from her family, and it dominated the room. Next to it was my desk, where my red LED alarm clock sat. In the mirror, you could see the reflection of the clock's numbers glowing in the dim room. I stripped down to my boxers, tossed my clothes on the floor, and practically fell into bed. I was that kind of tired where your body feels heavy and your brain finally starts to shut down. The room was getting lighter as dawn broke, but I was too lazy to get up and close the blinds. I just turned toward the wall and pulled the covers up. I was drifting off, in that fuzzy space between awake and asleep, when it happened. First came the wind, not a gentle breeze, but a rushing, forceful wind that seemed to come from nowhere. It was inside my room, which makes no sense. My window was closed. The heating vent was on the other side of the room. There was no explanation for this sudden gust that seemed to press against my whole body. And then I realized I couldn't move. Not a finger, not my toes, nothing. It was like my entire body had been switched off, while my mind remained terrifyingly alert. I tried to call out, but my voice was trapped inside me. The wind grew louder, howling in my ears like I was standing in a tunnel during a storm. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might break through my paralyzed chest. I managed to force my eyes open. That was the only part of me I could control. I was still facing the wall, but something made me look toward the mirror. That's when I saw it. In the reflection, I could see the doorway to my room, and standing there, partially visible in the growing morning light, was a figure. It wasn't tall, maybe about 5.5 feet, and had the general shape of a human. But its head was all wrong. It was larger than it should have been, misshapen, with what looked like fabric or something wrapped around it in an uneven way. In the dim light, I couldn't make out features, just a dark silhouette with this bizarre, deformed head. The thing just stood there, completely still, watching me. I couldn't turn my head to look at the actual doorway. I could only see this entity through the mirror's reflection. The wind continued to roar in my ears, drowning out any other sound in the house. My eyes darted to the clock's reflection in the mirror. 6:14 a.m. The red numbers were the only color in that gray morning scene, like a horror movie detail you know is significant but don't understand why. I stared, helpless, as the digital numbers changed to 6:15. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The wind stopped. The crushing pressure lifted from my body. I could move again, gasping for air like I'd been held underwater. When I finally gathered the courage to turn my head toward the door, there was nothing there. The doorway was empty. The house was silent. I lay there trembling, trying to process what had happened. Was it a dream? Sleep paralysis? I'd heard about that before. People who wake up but can't move, often seeing terrifying hallucinations. But it had felt so real, so present in the room with me. Despite my racing mind and the adrenaline coursing through my body, exhaustion eventually won out. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep until well past noon. When I woke up, the house had that weird energy of people moving around quietly, trying not to disturb someone. I stumbled downstairs in sweatpants and found my parents in the living room. My dad was wearing a suit, which was unusual for a holiday, and my mom was in a black dress, her eyes red-rimmed. "What's going on?" I asked, still groggy. My mom looked up at me with an expression I'll never forget, like she was seeing me for the first time that day. "Your great-aunt Elaine passed away this morning," she said softly. "Around 6:15, the nursing home called just after it happened. Something cold washed over me. 6:15. the exact time on my clock when the figure disappeared. "I was going to wake you," my mum continued, "but you were sleeping so deeply." Great Aunt Elaine wasn't someone I knew well. She was my grandmother's sister who lived in Michigan. I'd met her maybe 5 times in my life at family gatherings. I knew she'd been battling cancer for the past year, and things hadn't been looking good, but her death still came as a shock. The funeral was scheduled for January 3rd. We drove the 3 hours to Grand Rapids the night before and stayed at a hotel. The whole time, I couldn't shake the image of that figure in my doorway. I hadn't told anyone about it. It sounded too crazy, too coincidental, but I kept replaying it in my mind, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The service was held at an old Catholic church. I sat between my parents in a pew near the front, trying to focus on the priest's words rather than my own unsettled thoughts. And then they brought in the casket. As is traditional in some families, they had an open casket for the viewing before the service began. I hadn't planned to look. I didn't really know Aunt Elaine well enough to feel comfortable with that, but my mum squeezed my hand and guided me forward with the rest of the family. When I approached the casket, my legs nearly gave out beneath me. There was Aunt Elaine, lying peacefully, wearing an elaborate head wrap. It was a silky purple fabric, arranged to cover where chemotherapy had taken her hair, and adorned with small fabric flowers at the side. The way it was positioned, slightly higher and wider than a normal head would be, created exactly the same misshapen silhouette I had seen in my mirror. I must have made some kind of sound because my mom put her arm around me, misinterpreting my shock as grief. I couldn't speak. I couldn't explain that I was looking at the exact same deformed head shape that had been standing in my doorway at the exact moment this woman had died. The rest of the funeral passed in a blur. I kept stealing glances at Aunt Elaine, at the distinctive head wrap that had somehow appeared in my bedroom 150 miles away. During the reception afterward, I overheard my mom talking to a cousin. "It's such a shame Michael never got to know her better," the cousin said. "Elaine always had a soft spot for him. She kept that picture of him from his high school graduation on her bedside table, you know. Said he reminded her of her son who passed. I never knew Aunt Elaine had lost a son. No one had ever mentioned it to me. I wanted to ask more, but how could I explain my sudden interest without revealing what I'd experienced? That night in the hotel, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Aunt Elaine dying alone in a nursing home bed, while somehow simultaneously appearing in my room to say goodbye to a great nephew she barely knew, but apparently had felt connected to. It's been 27 years, and I've never experienced anything like it since. I've read about deathbed visitations, about how the dying sometimes appear to loved ones at the moment of their passing. But most of those stories involve people who were close, who shared deep bonds. I barely knew my great-aunt, yet somehow, in her final moment, she came to me. Was it because she felt a connection I wasn't aware of? Was it random? Was it even real? I still don't have answers. All I know is that on January 1st, 1996, at exactly 6:15 in the morning, something impossible happened in my bedroom. And to this day, whenever I see a digital clock change to 6:15, I feel a chill run through me, wondering if someone else is in the room, coming to say goodbye. Story 7. I still can't believe what happened to me back when I was in high school. It's been almost 15 years, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I've never really told anyone about this except my therapist, who probably thinks I made it up, but I swear on everything I love that this actually happened. I grew up in Misty Fern, this quiet little neighborhood in Chicago where all the houses were these old brick bungalows from like the 1920s or something. My parents bought our house when I was 5, and we were pretty much the youngest family on the block. Most of our neighbors were older couples who'd lived there forever. That summer I was 14. My parents took my little brother to visit our grandparents in Michigan for the weekend, but I stayed behind because I had a summer reading assignment to finish before school started. I wasn't scared to be alone. I'd done it before, and besides, our neighborhood was super safe. It was around 2 in the afternoon, and I was sprawled on my bed upstairs with my book when I heard this weird sound. It was like a muffled boom that made the windows rattle a little. I figured it was just someone dropping something heavy next door, or maybe construction somewhere nearby. Our house was right next to the Miller's place. Mrs. Miller was this really loud lady in her 60s who lived with her son Frank and his wife Fern. I didn't know them well, just waved sometimes when taking out the trash. Anyway, I went back to my book, trying to get through this boring chapter for English class, when our phone rang downstairs. This was back in 2003, before everyone had cell phones, so I had to run down to the kitchen to answer it. It was Mrs. Peterson from across the street. She sounded really freaked out, talking super fast. "Sarah, are you okay? Is anyone with you?" I told her I was fine, just home alone doing homework. That's when she told me she'd heard on her husband's police scanner that there had been a gun fired at the Miller's address. While we were talking, I started hearing sirens in the distance getting closer and closer. "Stay inside, lock your doors," Mrs. Peterson said. "I'm coming over." I hung up, but instead of locking the doors like she said, my stupid, curious self went straight to the front porch to see what was happening. That's when everything changed. There were police cars and an ambulance pulling up to the Miller's house. Their front door was wide open, and Mrs. Miller, Frank's mom, was on their front lawn screaming and sobbing hysterically. Her voice was so high-pitched it made my skin crawl. "She did it! Oh my God, she did it!" She kept screaming while a paramedic tried to calm her down. I stood frozen on my porch, watching everything unfold. Mr. Peterson from across the street saw me and hurried over, telling me to go back inside, that this wasn't something I should be seeing. But before I went in, I overheard 2 police officers talking on our shared driveway. "Shotgun to the chest," one said quietly. "Top of the stairs. Husband found her when he came home from the bar." That's how I learned what happened. Fern, Frank Miller's wife, had killed herself with his shotgun at the top of the stairs in their house. Mrs. Peterson came over and stayed with me until my parents got back early from their trip that night. They were super upset that I'd been alone when something so horrible happened right next door. Over the next few days, the whole story came out through neighborhood gossip. Frank Miller owned this dive bar downtown and had apparently been cheating on Fern for years. Everyone knew it except maybe Fern, until recently. The Millers had lived in that house for about 8 years, but Frank had decided he was moving to Florida with his mother, and Fern wasn't invited. She found out about it the day she killed herself. The house stayed empty for almost a year after that. Then this family, the Donovans, moved in. They had 2 daughters, Lily, who was my age, and her younger sister Emma. Lily and I became friends pretty quickly. We both liked the same music and shows, and since we lived right next door, we were always at each other's houses. The Donovans had renovated the house before moving in, but the layout was still the same. The bedrooms for the girls were upstairs, in this long room that took up most of the 2nd floor, with a private bathroom and these enormous walk-in closets. Lily told me her parents had given her and Emma the entire upstairs because it was like having our own apartment. I never told Lily what happened in her house. My parents had made me promise not to mention it, saying it would just scare her and her sister for no reason. So for 3 years, we hung out in that house, in that upstairs room, and I never said a word about Fern. Fast forward to junior year of high school. Lily and I were getting ready for homecoming with a group of friends. We were all going to meet at Lily's house, then her dad was driving us to the dance. I arrived early to help Lily get ready, and we were doing our makeup in her bathroom upstairs, the same bathroom that was just steps away from where Fern had died. Everyone else showed up, and we were taking pictures downstairs when Lily suddenly realized she'd forgotten her school ID upstairs, which we needed to get into the dance. She was in the middle of this complicated group photo her mom was setting up, so I volunteered to run up and grab it from her nightstand. "Thanks, Sarah," "It's right next to my lamp," she called as I headed toward the stairs. The Donovans had left all the downstairs lights on, but the upstairs was dark. I flipped on the light switch at the bottom of the stairs and started climbing. About halfway up, I felt this weird cold spot, like walking through a freezer door at a grocery store. It was so cold that I actually shivered and rubbed my arms. I figured they must have the air conditioning cranked up or something, even though it was October and already pretty chilly outside. When I reached the top of the stairs, the cold feeling disappeared. I walked across Lily's room to her nightstand and found her ID right where she said it would be. As I picked it up, I suddenly got this feeling, you know, when you can just tell someone is watching you. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I had this overwhelming urge to turn around. So I did, and that's when I saw her. Fern was standing at the top of the stairs, exactly where she had died 4 years earlier. She looked normal, not bloody or scary or transparent like ghosts in movies. She was just standing there in jeans and a green sweater, her brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. She looked younger than I remembered, maybe in her early 30s, and she was smiling at me, not in a creepy way, but like she was genuinely happy to see me. Then she raised her hand and waved. Just a small, friendly wave. I don't know what came over me. Maybe shock. Instead of screaming or running, I blurted out, "Hi, Fern, nice to see you again." Then I walked straight past her, down the stairs, and out the front door to where everyone was waiting by the car. Lily took one look at my face and started freaking out. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, then immediately clamped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide. I handed her the ID, my hand shaking. "Nothing, I'm fine," I said, but my voice sounded weird even to me. As we piled into her dad's SUV, Lily grabbed my arm, her fingernails digging in. "Don't tell me what you saw," she whispered fiercely. "Please don't tell me." That's when I realized Lily knew. She'd seen Fern too, probably many times, but had never said anything. During the entire ride to the dance, Lily kept glancing at me nervously. When we finally had a moment alone in the bathroom at school, she broke down. "You saw her, didn't you?" she asked, tears in her eyes. "The lady at the top of the stairs?" I nodded, and Lily's shoulders slumped with relief. "I thought I was going crazy," she confessed. "She's been there since we moved in. Sometimes she just stands there, sometimes she walks into my closet and disappears. She never says anything, never tries to hurt us. She just exists." "Her name was Fern," I told Lily. "She lived in your house before you." "What happened to her?" Lily asked. I couldn't bring myself to tell her the whole truth. "She died in the house," was all I said. After that night, Lily and I had a weird bond. We never talked about Fern with anyone else, but sometimes when we were alone, we'd share stories about glimpses we'd caught of her. Lily said Emma had seen her too, but was too scared to acknowledge it. The strangest part? None of us ever felt threatened by Fern. It was like she was just lonely. Maybe that's why she killed herself in the first place. Lonely and betrayed by the people who were supposed to love her. I went to college after high school and lost touch with Lily when her family moved to Seattle. I've never been back to that house in Misty Fern, and I don't think I ever will. But sometimes I still think about Fern, standing at the top of those stairs, smiling and waving at me like we were old friends. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or my imagination playing tricks on me because I knew what had happened there. But deep down, I know what I saw. Fern was real. She was there. The weird thing is, I'm not afraid of ghosts anymore. Because if they're all like Fern, just lost souls looking for some kind of connection, then maybe they're not so different from the rest of us after all. I still wonder if she's there, waiting at the top of the stairs in that brick bungalow in Misty Fern, waving hello to whoever lives there now. Story 8. I never thought I'd be scared of Sandra. For 15 years, she's been part of our home in Pinehurst. Just another quirky thing about our house, like the creaky third stair or the bathroom door that won't close unless you lift it slightly. We'd gotten used to her little habits, finding the remote in weird places, lights turning on in empty rooms, the occasional glimpse of a shadow from the corner of my eye. When we first moved in, I was freaked out, not gonna lie. But after a few months, it became normal. My husband Mark would joke about our roommate whenever something went missing. "Sandra's borrowing it again," he'd say. We even started leaving her little gifts, a pretty rock on the mantel, a wildflower in a cup. It sounds crazy, but the house always felt more peaceful when we acknowledged her. I think that's why we named her. Sandra just felt right. One night about 13 years ago, I was alone in the house and clearly saw a woman in a blue dress walk from our kitchen into the dining room. When I followed, no one was there. I wasn't scared, though. It felt like she was just checking on me. After I told Mark, we started calling her Sandra, and the name stuck. For most of those 15 years, Sandra was harmless. Sometimes annoying, sometimes even helpful, like the time she kept turning on the basement light when we had a pipe leak we hadn't noticed. She was just there, a presence. Our benign house ghost who occasionally played pranks but never seemed malicious. Everything changed after Ethan was born 5 years ago. At first, it was subtle. Sandra became more active when we had guests over. She'd turn the TV on and off when my mum visited, or move my friend Lisa's purse from the counter to the coffee table. My older son, Jacob, who's 12 now, would sometimes say he felt someone watching him in his room, but it never seemed to bother him much. But 3 months ago, things took a turn I never expected. I was doing laundry in the basement when I heard my mom call my name from upstairs. "Rachel, can you come up here?" It was so clear, so perfectly her voice. I yelled back, "Coming!" and hurried up the stairs. But the house was empty. Mark was at work, the boys at school, and my mom was definitely not there. I called her immediately, and she confirmed she was at home, 20 minutes away. 2 days later, it happened again. I was in the shower when I heard my Aunt Carol, who lives in Florida, call out, "Rachel, phone's ringing." I actually got out of the shower, dripping wet, before realizing what was happening. Over the next few weeks, I heard the voices of friends, neighbors, even my old college roommate, all when I was alone in the house. Each time, it was perfectly their voice, saying something totally believable that would make me respond. That's when I decided to talk to Sandra directly. I felt ridiculous, standing in my empty living room that afternoon, but I did it anyway. "Sandra," I said out loud, trying to keep my voice steady. "I know you're here and you've been here a long time. I can handle the moving things and the little pranks. I can even handle you mimicking my friends and family, but I need to set a boundary. You cannot ever mimic my children's voices. Not to get my attention, not as a joke, not for any reason. Do you understand?" The house was completely silent afterward. I felt stupid, but also relieved. For about a week, everything was calm. Then last month, Mark shook me awake at 3 in the morning, his face pale. "I heard Ethan crying," he whispered. I went to check on him, but he's sound asleep. I sat up, suddenly wide awake. "Are you sure it was him?" It was his voice, Rachel, exactly his voice, saying, "Daddy, I'm scared." But when I got to his room, he was completely out, hadn't moved at all. My blood ran cold. This was exactly what I'd asked Sandra not to do. The next morning, Ethan climbed into our bed early, his little face serious. "Mommy," he whispered, "the lady's watching me and it's scaring me." I tried to keep my voice casual. "What lady, buddy?" "The one who stands by my bookshelf. She looks at me all night." Mark and I exchanged glances over Ethan's head. In 15 years, Sandra had never been described as threatening or scary. She'd never focused on the kids before. That evening, my mum came over to help with dinner while Mark worked late. We were in the kitchen when a wooden chopping board suddenly flew off the counter and crashed to the floor. Both of us jumped, and then we heard Jacob's voice, clear as day, call from the dining room. "Sorry, Mom, that was an accident." My mom looked confused. "Is Jacob home early?" My heart pounding, I called upstairs. "Jacob?" His voice came back from his bedroom on the 3rd floor. "Yeah, Mom?" I ran upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time, and found him sitting on his bed with headphones on, doing homework. He'd been there the whole time. When I told him what we'd heard, he got really quiet. "Mom," he finally said, "that's been happening a lot lately. I hear you calling me for dinner when you're not, or I hear Ethan asking to play when he's not even home. Last week, Ethan stayed home sick from kindergarten with a mild fever. I set him up on the couch with his favorite cartoons while I worked at the dining room table just around the corner where I could hear him. "Mom," he called after about 20 minutes, "the TV keeps changing." I went in to find him looking frustrated. It keeps changing the videos and making it super loud and then super quiet. I fixed it, thinking maybe he'd been sitting on the remote. But it happened 3 more times that morning. The 4th time, I was already in the room watching it happen. The volume bar appearing on screen, sliding all the way up until it was blasting, then dropping to barely audible. The Netflix menu appeared, scrolling through options rapidly before selecting a true crime documentary completely inappropriate for a 5-year-old. I grabbed the remote, shut off the TV, and took Ethan upstairs to nap in my room instead. That night, I woke up around 2 in the morning to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, deliberate steps, not the light patter of one of my kids. I nudged Mark, but he was in a deep sleep. The footsteps stopped right outside our bedroom door. I held my breath, staring at the door handle in the dim light from our bathroom nightlight. Slowly, it started to turn. My whole body froze. The door opened a crack, then stopped. "Sandra," I whispered. The door suddenly slammed shut so hard the walls shook. Mark bolted upright. "What the hell was that?" he gasped. Before I could answer, Ethan started screaming from his room. We both ran in to find him sitting up in bed, pointing at his closet. "She's in there," he sobbed. "She's angry." Mark checked the closet while I held Ethan. Nothing was there, of course. But when we tried to convince Ethan it was just a nightmare, he shook his head violently. "She said she's not Sandra," he whispered against my shoulder. "She said Sandra's gone." I felt like someone had poured ice water down my spine. "What do you mean, buddy? Who is she then?" "She won't tell me. She says you have to figure it out." The next day, I started researching the history of our house while the boys were at school. Our home was built in 1978. Nothing particularly special about it. No deaths recorded here, no tragic stories. I expanded my search to the land, the neighborhood, anything. That's when I found an old news article from 1974 about the plot of land before our subdivision was built. A woman named Alexandra Winters had lived in a small farmhouse that once stood approximately where our cul-de-sac now is. She'd disappeared without a trace, her case never solved. The article included a grainy black and white photo. She was wearing a dress that could have been blue. 2 nights ago, I was doing dishes after dinner when I heard Mark call from upstairs, asking me to bring him a glass of water. When I got upstairs with the water, he wasn't there. I checked every room before finding him in the garage, changing a light bulb. "Did you just ask me for water?" I asked, still holding the glass. He looked confused. "No, I've been out here for the last 15 minutes. Last night was the worst yet. We were all watching a movie in the living room when the power suddenly cut out. Just our house. The neighbor's lights were still on. Mark went to check the breaker box in the basement. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes. I called down to him, but got no answer. "Stay here," I told the boys, trying to keep my voice steady. I grabbed my phone flashlight and headed downstairs. The basement was empty. The breaker box was open, but Mark wasn't there. I called his name, checking behind the furnace, the storage area, everywhere. Nothing. Panic rising, I ran back upstairs to call 911, but stopped cold in the living room doorway. Mark was sitting on the couch with the boys, the movie playing again, lights on. "Where were you?" I demanded, my voice shaking. He looked at me like I was crazy. "I fixed the breaker and came right back up. I've been here for like 5 minutes. "No," I insisted. "I was just in the basement looking for you. You weren't there." An argument followed, with Mark insisting he'd never disappeared and me knowing what I'd seen, or rather, not seen. The boys watched us with wide eyes until we forced ourselves to calm down. After the boys were in bed, Mark and I sat at the kitchen table, speaking in low voices. "Something's wrong with Sandra," I said, "or whoever she is." "Maybe we should stay with your mom for a few days," Mark suggested, "just until we figure this out." I nodded, relieved. "We'll pack tomorrow after work." That's when every cabinet door in the kitchen flew open simultaneously, slamming against the walls. The refrigerator door swung open too, and food started flying out, eggs smashing on the floor, milk carton bursting against the wall, jars shattering. We ran from the room, grabbing the boys from their beds and making it to the car in record time. "We're at my mom's now. I'm typing this because I don't know what else to do. 15 years with what I thought was a harmless ghost named Sandra, and now this. Mark wants to sell the house. I'm not sure we can. Who would buy it if we told the truth? And how could we not tell potential buyers? The worst part is, I keep thinking about what Ethan said. If it's not Sandra in our house anymore, then who is it? And what happened to the spirit we lived with peacefully for so long? I feel like we abandoned her somehow, like we left her behind with whatever has taken her place." My phone just buzzed with a text. It's from Mark's number, but he's sitting right next to me, and his phone is on the coffee table. The text just says, "Sandra's gone. I've always been here. Come home." Story 9. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my family. It happened when I was 12, and to this day, I still can't explain what I saw. I'm 28 now, and sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking about it. It was summer break, probably around late July. My best friend Eric had invited me to stay at his family's cottage in northern Alberta. I was super excited because I'd never been to a real lakeside cottage before. My family didn't have much money for vacations, so this was a big deal for me. Eric's cottage was pretty isolated, about a mile from this tiny town that was basically just a gas station, a general store, and maybe 20 houses. The cottage itself was nothing fancy, just a small main house surrounded by these massive pine trees. I remember thinking how dark it got at night there, like the forest just swallowed all the light. When Eric's dad was showing me around, he mentioned that we were on traditional Blackfoot land, part of the Algonquin region. He said sometimes the locals wouldn't even come to this particular lake because they considered it special somehow. I didn't think much of it at the time. Behind the main cottage, there was this small guest cabin right by the water. It was super basic. Just wooden walls, a couple of bunk beds, and a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. No bathroom, no electricity, except for that one bulb connected to some extension cord running from the main house. We spent most of that day swimming in the lake and exploring the woods. Eric's mom made us hamburgers for dinner, and then we played Nintendo in the living room until Eric's parents told us it was time for bed. That's when Eric suggested we sleep in the cabin instead of the main house. "It'll be like camping, but better because we have real beds," he said. His parents were fine with it. They gave us flashlights and told us not to stay up too late. The walk to the cabin was only about 50 yards from the main house, but in the dark, it felt much longer. I remember the crickets were so loud, and you could hear all sorts of noises from the forest. The cabin smelled like wood and lake water. Eric claimed the bottom bunk on the left side, so I took the top bunk on the right. There was a small window next to my bed, and I could see the stars reflecting on the lake. It was actually really peaceful. We talked for a while about school and video games, normal kid stuff, until we both got tired. I fell asleep pretty quickly. I was comfortable, despite the mattress being kind of thin and crinkly. It must have been around 2 or 3 in the morning when I woke up. I didn't know why I was awake at first. There wasn't any loud noise or anything, but something felt different. The cabin was filled with this soft, diffuse light. Not bright like daylight, but definitely not dark anymore. My first sleepy thought was that Eric had turned on the light bulb, but when I looked up, the bulb was off. The light seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I wasn't scared yet. Actually, I felt weirdly calm, like when you're half asleep and everything feels dreamlike. I just laid there on my back, staring at the ceiling, when I noticed movement on the wooden wall. Across from me, shadows. But not regular shadows. These were moving, shifting. At first they looked like rabbits, little shadow rabbits hopping and nibbling at what looked like shadow grass. Then I saw what looked like small deer or elk with these intricate antlers. They moved so naturally, like I was watching real animals through some kind of window. Then there were birds, or at least shadow shapes that reminded me of birds, flying across what seemed like a shadow sky. All of these images were playing out on the wooden wall of the cabin, like some kind of nature documentary, except it was all shadows. I must have watched this for about 10 minutes, just lying there in a trance. The shadows moved like they were alive, flowing and changing. Sometimes they'd fade a bit, then come back stronger. I wasn't thinking clearly enough to be afraid. It was too beautiful, too mesmerizing. Then something changed. I don't know if it was a sound from outside or just my brain finally catching up, but suddenly I was wide awake. And that's when I realized that what I was seeing wasn't normal. The cabin shouldn't be lit up at all. The shadows shouldn't be moving like that. This wasn't possible. My heart started pounding, but I still didn't feel scared exactly. More like I was witnessing something I wasn't supposed to see. I looked over at Eric's bunk, and he was still fast asleep. Should I wake him up? Would he even see what I was seeing? I climbed down from my bunk, careful not to make any noise. The wooden floor was cold under my bare feet. I walked over to Eric and shook his shoulder. "Eric," I whispered, "wake up. You gotta see this." He groaned and rolled over. "What? What time is it?" "I don't know, but look at the walls. Look at the shadows." Eric sat up, rubbing his eyes. "What shadows? Why is it so bright in here?" So he could see the light too. That made me feel a little better. At least I wasn't hallucinating. "Just look," I said, pointing at the wall where the shadow. Animals were still moving. Eric squinted at the wall, and I saw his expression change from annoyed to confused to terrified in about 3 seconds. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. "I don't know. They're like shadow animals or something. They've been moving around for a while now." Eric jumped out of his bed so fast he banged his knee on the frame. "This isn't right. This isn't right," he kept saying. Unlike me, Eric was immediately scared. He backed away from the wall, bumping into me. "We need to go," he said. "We need to go right now." I remember feeling oddly reluctant. "But don't you want to watch them? They're not doing anything bad." Eric looked at me like I was crazy. "Marcus, there are freaking shadow animals on the wall. The light bulb isn't even on. This is like ghost stuff or something." Before I could say anything else, Eric bolted. He didn't even grab his flashlight. He just ran out the door and sprinted toward the main house. I could hear his footsteps fading away on the dirt path. But I didn't follow him. I can't explain why, but I felt like I was supposed to stay, like the shadows wanted me to watch them. So I did. I sat down on Eric's bunk and just stared at the wall, watching the shadow play continue. More animals appeared, foxes, what looked like bears, and even things I couldn't identify. They moved in patterns that seemed almost like a story, though I couldn't understand what story they were telling. The light in the cabin pulsed slightly, getting brighter and dimmer in a rhythm that felt almost like breathing. I must have sat there for another 20 minutes. I wasn't afraid anymore, just fascinated. It felt special, like I was being shown something important. Eventually, though, the shadows started to fade. The light dimmed gradually until the cabin was dark again, lit only by the moonlight coming through the window. That's when I realized I should probably go check on Eric. I grabbed my flashlight and headed back to the main house. When I got there, all the lights were on, which seemed weird for the middle of the night. As soon as I walked in, I knew something was wrong. Eric was sitting on the couch, his face all red and blotchy like he'd been crying. His parents were in their bathrobes looking super angry. "There you are," Eric's dad said. His voice was cold. "Care to explain what you boys were doing?" I was confused. "What do you mean?" "Eric came running in here hysterical about some kind of light show and shadow animals in the cabin. He said you woke him up to show him." I looked at Eric, who wouldn't meet my eyes. "Yeah," I said slowly. "There were these shadows on the wall. They were moving like real animals, and the cabin was all lit up, but the light bulb wasn't on." Eric's mom made this noise, half sigh, half groan. "This is exactly what we don't need. Scaring each other with made-up ghost stories in the middle of the night." "But it wasn't made up," I insisted. "We both saw it. Right, Eric?" Eric still wouldn't look at me. He just stared at the floor and shrugged. His dad pointed his finger at me. "Listen, Marcus, I don't know what kind of game you two were playing, but lying and make-believe games are the devil's work. They lead to real trouble." I was stunned. They thought we were making it up? Or worse, that I had somehow tricked Eric. "I'm not lying," I said, my voice getting shaky. "I really saw it. There were shadows and they were moving by themselves." Eric's mom put her arm around Eric, who was now crying again. "I think we've had enough excitement for one night. Marcus, you can sleep on the couch. We'll call your parents in the morning." I knew there was no point arguing. They'd already decided I was making it all up. I spent the rest of the night on their couch, unable to sleep, replaying what I'd seen over and over in my head. The next morning was awkward. Eric barely spoke to me, and his parents were cold and distant. After breakfast, Eric's dad drove me home early. My mom was surprised to see me back so soon, but Eric's dad just said there had been some trouble, and left it at that. Later, when I tried to tell my mom what happened, she assumed I'd had a nightmare, or that Eric and I had been playing some prank that went wrong. No one believed me. Eric and I didn't talk much after that. When school started again in September, he had new friends, and we just kind of drifted apart. I never got to ask him if he really saw what I saw, or if he just got scared and made up a story for his parents. I've tried researching it since then. I've looked into local indigenous legends, paranormal phenomena, even weird light effects that could explain what I saw. Nothing quite matches up. The closest I've found are some Blackfoot stories about spirit animals and sacred places where the veil between worlds is thin. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back to that lake, to that cabin, to see if it happens again. But another part of me is afraid, not of seeing the shadows again, but of not seeing them, of discovering it really was just my imagination or some elaborate trick of the light. All I know for sure is what I experienced that night. The peaceful feeling, the beautiful shadow animals, and the strange sense that they wanted me there, that they were showing me something important. And sometimes, on nights when I can't sleep, I find myself staring at my bedroom wall, hoping to see those shadows dancing again. Story 10. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. I was raised on logic and science. My dad's a doctor, and my mom teaches chemistry. But what happened to me last month at John Baptist Private School in Bangor has completely shattered everything I thought I knew about reality. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. I'm a senior at John Baptist, and I've been part of the drama club since freshman year. We were putting on Grease for the spring musical, and I landed the role of Kaniki. We had been rehearsing like crazy for weeks, trying to get everything perfect before opening night. That Thursday, we had an extra long rehearsal that ran until around 11 at night. Mr. Reed, our drama teacher, was obsessive about getting the greased lightning number right, so we went over it again and again until we were practically dead on our feet. By the time he finally called it a night, most people bolted for the door, desperate to get home. My friend David and I volunteered to close up the auditorium since we both lived close to school and could walk home together. David plays Roger in the show, and we've been friends since sophomore year. Mr. Reed handed me the keys and told us to make sure all the stage lights were turned off and the back doors were locked. "I need to run these costume alterations to Ms. Peterson's office," Mr. Reed said, gathering up a bunch of leather jackets we were using for the T-Birds. "I'll be back in 15 minutes to lock the main entrance. Just leave the auditorium doors unlocked for me." After everyone left, David and I started going through the closing checklist. We turned off the sound system, covered the piano, and made sure all the props were back in their places. We were joking around, still hyped up from rehearsal, doing impressions of Mr. Reed's frustrated face when we kept messing up the choreography. It was when we were about to turn off the stage lights that I got this weird feeling. You know that sensation when you think someone's watching you? It was like that, but 10 times stronger. I glanced out toward the audience seats, which were completely dark, except for the exit signs casting this eerie red glow. "Did you hear something?" I asked David. "Nah, man. Just hurry up. I want to get home and finish that history paper," he replied, not really paying attention. I shook it off and went to the lighting booth to power down. When I came back to the stage, David was staring up at the balcony with this confused look on his face. "Thomas, there's someone up there," he whispered. I followed his gaze and felt my stomach drop. In the second row of the balcony, illuminated faintly by the exit sign light, was a figure sitting perfectly still. I could make out blonde hair and what looked like our school's purple and white leather jacket, the ones the popular kids wear, especially the athletes. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing through the empty auditorium. "We're closing up now." No response, not even a movement. David cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled, "Hey, the auditorium's closed. You need to leave." Still nothing. Just this unnerving stillness from the figure in the balcony. I couldn't make out their face clearly from the stage, but I could tell they were looking directly at us, at me specifically. "Maybe they didn't hear us," I suggested, though I knew that was impossible given how sound carries in that space. David tried again, louder this time. "Hey, school's closed. You need to go home." The silence that followed was deafening. The figure didn't move an inch, just kept staring down at us. By this point, my heart was racing. There was something deeply unsettling about the way they were sitting, too rigid, too still. "I'm going to get Mr. Reed," David said, backing away from the stage. "This is getting weird." "Wait," I grabbed his arm. "What if they're just messing with us? What if it's just Brad or one of the other jocks trying to scare us?" "Then Mr. Reed can deal with them. I'm not climbing up to the balcony to confront some weirdo," David insisted. I nodded reluctantly. "Okay, you go find Reed. I'll stay here and keep an eye on our friend up there." After David left, I was alone on the stage with just the work lights illuminating me like some twisted spotlight. I felt exposed, vulnerable. The figure in the balcony remained motionless, and I could feel their eyes boring into me. I decided to try one more time. "Look, I don't know who you are or what you're doing, but we're closing up. This isn't funny." Nothing, not even a shift in posture. I don't know what possessed me, but I walked to the edge of the stage to get a better look. As I moved closer, I could see more details. It was definitely a student, teenage boy, probably around my age. The blonde hair was styled in that typical jock way, swept to the side. The purple and white leather jacket stood out against the dark seats, but his face, there was something off about it. Too pale, maybe, too expressionless. For what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only 3 or 4 minutes, we maintained this bizarre standoff. Me on the stage, him in the balcony, just staring at each other. I didn't dare look away. I couldn't. It was like being caught in the gaze of a predator. Some primal part of my brain warned that breaking eye contact would be dangerous. The auditorium door finally banged open, making me jump. I turned briefly to see David returning with Mr. Reed, who looked annoyed at being pulled away from whatever he was doing. "Thomas, what's going on? David says there's someone who won't leave?" Mr. Reed asked, striding down the center aisle. I turned back to point at the balcony, and my blood went cold. The seat was empty. "He was right there," I stammered, pointing frantically. "Second row of the balcony, blonde guy in a school jacket. He was just there, I swear." Mr. Reed looked at me skeptically, then up at the balcony. "Are you boys playing some kind of joke? Because I'm really not in the mood." "No, sir," David said, sounding as confused as I felt. "There was definitely someone up there. We both saw him." Mr. Reed sighed and headed for the stairs that led up to the balcony. "Let's check it out, then." The three of us climbed the stairs to the balcony entrance. The thing about our auditorium's balcony is that there's only one way in and out, the main staircase that we were on. There's no other exit, no way to slip out unseen. When we reached the balcony, Mr. Reed flipped on the lights. Empty. Completely empty. But what freaked me out most was the seat, second row, right in the center. It was still in the down position, like someone had been sitting in it, while all the other seats were folded up as they should be after cleaning. "I don't understand," I said, moving closer to the seat. "He was right here. I was looking right at him when you guys came in. He couldn't have just disappeared." Mr. Reed ran his hand over the seat, then checked behind the rows and under the seats. Nothing. "Maybe he slipped past us on the stairs when we weren't looking," David suggested, though he didn't sound convinced. Mr. Reed checked his watch. "It's past midnight, boys. Let's finish locking up and get out of here. I'm sure there's a logical explanation." We searched the entire auditorium, the bathrooms, the costume room, the lighting booth, backstage, everywhere. No sign of anyone. When we finally left, well after midnight, I couldn't shake this overwhelming sense of dread. I kept looking over my shoulder the entire walk home, certain someone was following me. The next day at school, I asked around if anyone had stayed late after rehearsal. No one had. I described the blonde guy in the school jacket, but no one matched the description perfectly. There were a few blonde guys on the basketball team who wore those jackets, but none of them had been at school that late. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The way he just sat there staring, the way he vanished in the split second I looked away. It was driving me crazy. So I started digging into the school's history. John Baptist has been around since the 1930s, and it's got its share of stories. I spent hours in the library after school, going through old yearbooks and school newspapers. That's when I found it. In a 1994 yearbook, there was a memorial page for a student named Michael Jennings. Blonde, hair, handsome varsity basketball player. He had died during the school year. The article was vague about the cause, just saying he passed away suddenly. But there was a quote from the principal about the importance of mental health support. I needed to know more. I asked Ms. Collins, the librarian who's been at the school forever, if she remembered anything about a student who died in the 90s. Her face changed when I mentioned Michael's name. She lowered her voice, even though no one else was around. "That was a terrible tragedy," she said. "Michael was such a bright young man. Basketball star, popular, had everything going for him." "What happened to him?" I asked. She hesitated. "He took his own life. In the auditorium, actually, after his girlfriend broke up with him. He hanged himself from the lighting rig above the stage one night when no one was around. The janitor found him the next morning." My skin broke out in goosebumps. When was this exactly? Spring of '94. They were putting on Grease that year, if I remember correctly. Michael was supposed to play Kenickie. I felt like I was going to be sick. Kaniki, the same role I was playing. Did he have a purple and white school jacket? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Yes, of course. He was very proud of that jacket. He was wearing it when they found him. I thanked her and practically ran out of the library. I couldn't process what I was learning. The blonde guy in the balcony. Had I seen Michael Jennings? A student who died almost 30 years ago in the same auditorium, during rehearsals for the same play, playing the same character I was now playing. It seemed impossible, crazy. But I couldn't shake what I'd seen. A week passed, and I didn't tell anyone else about what I'd discovered. Not even David. What would I say? That I think we saw the ghost of a suicide victim. That would go over well. But I couldn't stop thinking about Michael sitting there in the balcony, watching our rehearsal. He wasn't threatening or trying to scare us. He was just watching, like an audience member, like he was supposed to be in our show but never got the chance. Last night, after everyone left rehearsal, I told David I needed to grab something I'd forgotten. He offered to wait, but I insisted he go ahead. Once I was alone, I walked to center stage and looked up at the balcony, at that same seat in the second row. "Michael," I called out, feeling both ridiculous and terrified. "I don't know if you're here or if I'm losing my mind, but if you are here, I hope you're enjoying the show. You should be up here with us playing Kaniki. I'm sorry you never got the chance." For a moment there was nothing, just the empty auditorium and the sound of my own breathing. Then I saw him, sitting in that same seat, blonde hair, purple and white jacket, looking as solid and real as any living person. He didn't speak or move. He just watched me with those sad eyes. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I just nodded at him and finished what I needed to say. "We open tomorrow night. There'll always be a seat for you." Then I walked off stage, turned off the lights, and left. I didn't look back to see if he was still there. Somehow, I knew he would be. Our show opens tonight, and I know he'll be watching from the balcony, our permanent audience member. And maybe that should terrify me, but instead it gives me this strange sense of purpose, like I'm performing for him as much as for the living audience. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I believe in what I saw, and I believe that sometimes people leave parts of themselves behind in the places that mattered to them. Michael Jennings never got to perform in Greece, but he's still showing up for rehearsal, still watching from the balcony. And as long as I'm on that stage, I'll be performing for him too. Story 11. I still get a cold feeling in my stomach when I think about what happened last December. It's been over 2 years, but I swear I can still hear that voice sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep. My husband Marcus and I had moved into this beautiful century-old house in Oak Ridge about 6 months before the incident. The previous summer had been spent fixing it up, painting walls, replacing some of the ancient wiring, and dealing with all the quirks an old house comes with. We loved it though. All those little creaks and settling noises felt like character, not warning signs. December 2020 was already weird enough with the pandemic and everything, but we were making the best of it. Working from home, binge-watching shows, taking our German Shepherd Baxter for long walks. The usual quarantine life. Baxter was a big softie, 90 pounds of pure love, who'd roll over for belly rubs from strangers, but looked intimidating enough that I felt safe walking alone at dusk. That Wednesday started like any other winter day. It was freezing outside, maybe 20 degrees, and we woke up to discover a pipe had burst in our unfinished basement. Nothing catastrophic, but there was about 2 inches of standing water down there, and all our storage boxes were getting soaked. Marcus spent the morning shop vacuuming water while I moved our stuff to higher ground. Around 11, he realized we needed more supplies, a better pump, some PVC pipe, and waterproof sealant. The closest hardware store was about 35 minutes away, since we lived in a pretty rural area. I'll be back in about an hour and a half, he said, grabbing his keys. Text me if you think of anything else we need. I remember noticing how cold it was when he opened the front door. That blast of winter air that seems to cut right through you. Baxter whined a little as Marcus left. He's always been weirdly attached to both of us and hates when we're separated. It's okay, buddy, I told him, scratching behind his ears. Dad will be back soon. After Marcus left, I decided to take a break from basement cleanup. I was soaked, tired, and figured I'd earned some downtime before round 2. I changed into dry clothes, grabbed my Kindle, and settled into our bedroom to read for a bit with Baxter curled up at my feet. Our bedroom is on the 2nd floor at the end of a long hallway. The house has those original hardwood floors throughout, the kind that announce every footstep with a distinctive creak. Over the months living there, I'd gotten used to identifying who was walking based on the sound pattern. Marcus walks heavily on his heels, which makes the floorboards groan in a particular way. I'd been reading for maybe 20 minutes when I heard the front door open and close. The sound was unmistakable, that heavy wooden door with the slightly sticky latch that needs an extra push. I glanced at my phone. It had only been about 40 minutes since Marcus left, which seemed too quick for him to have gone to the hardware store and back. "Marcus," I called out, setting my Kindle aside. "Did you forget something?" No answer, but I could hear wet boots on the hardwood downstairs, that squishy sound of someone tracking in snow or water. Then I heard his voice. "Elizabeth." It sounded like Marcus, but something was off, maybe a bit too flat. At the time, I didn't analyze it. I just assumed he'd come back for his credit card or his list or something. "I'm upstairs in the bedroom," I called back. The footsteps started coming up the stairs, slow, deliberate steps. Squish, creak, squish, creak. "Elizabeth, where are you?" The voice called again, even though I'd just answered. I felt the first twinge of unease. "In the bedroom," I repeated a bit louder. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and started down the hallway toward our room. That's when Baxter's behavior changed. He'd been dozing at the foot of the bed, but suddenly he was up, ears forward, body rigid. I'd never seen him like that before. His fur stood up along his spine, and he moved to stand over me where I sat on the bed. "Elizabeth?" The voice called again, closer now. "Where are you?" A chill ran through me. I'd already told him twice where I was. And why did he keep asking in that same tone? The footsteps were just outside our bedroom door now, and Baxter started growling, a deep, threatening sound I'd never heard him make before. "I'm in here," I said, my voice smaller now. Something felt very wrong. The footsteps stopped right outside our door. Baxter was now in full protection mode, standing over me, his growl becoming more intense. I put my hand on his back and could feel how tense his muscles were, trembling with readiness. "Elizabeth, are you in there? I need you to come out." It sounded like Marcus, but not quite. The cadence was wrong. The emotional tone was missing. And Marcus would never ask me to come out. He'd just open the door. That's when the doorknob started turning, back and forth like someone trying to open it but not quite managing to. Our bedroom door doesn't have a lock, just an old-fashioned latch that sometimes sticks. The knob kept turning, jiggling, but the door didn't open. Baxter exploded into ferocious barking, lunging toward the door but staying on the bed with me. I sat frozen, my hand clutching his fur as the doorknob kept turning and the voice kept calling, "Elizabeth, I need you. Why won't you open the door, Elizabeth?" My blood turned to ice. This wasn't right. Nothing about this was right. Baxter was now in a full defensive posture, his barking so aggressive I barely recognized my gentle dog. Then my phone buzzed with a text. Without taking my eyes off the door, I reached for it. It was from Marcus. "Do we need any duct tape while I'm here? They're having a sale." My hands shaking so badly I could hardly type, I wrote back, "Where are you right now?" His response came seconds later. "Still at Lowe's. Line is long. Everything okay?" I clicked on our location sharing app and saw his blue dot 35 minutes away at the hardware store. The doorknob was still turning. I texted Marcus, "Call me right now." My phone rang almost instantly, and I answered with a whispered, "Someone's in the house." "What? Are you serious?" I could hear the ambient noise of the store behind him. "There's someone outside our bedroom door right now," I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady. "They came in a few minutes ago. They sound like you, but Baxter is freaking out." "I'm calling 911, Marcus said, his voice tight with fear. "Stay on the line with me." As soon as Marcus said that, the doorknob stopped turning. The hallway went completely silent. Baxter's barking tapered off into confused whines, his head tilted like he was listening for something. I think they heard me on the phone," I whispered to Marcus. "Police are on their way," he said. "I'm coming home now. Is the door locked? Can you barricade it?" Our bedroom door doesn't have a lock, but I got up and pushed our heavy dresser in front of it while keeping the phone pressed to my ear. Baxter stayed right by my side, still on alert, but no longer in attack mode. "I've blocked the door," I told Marcus, "but I don't hear anything anymore." "Stay put until the police get there," he insisted. "I'm driving as fast as I can." I stayed on the phone with him while checking our security cameras on my iPad. We had cameras at the front door, back door, and driveway, but none inside the house. The footage showed Marcus leaving earlier, but no one else had entered or exited. No cars had pulled up. Nothing. The police arrived 15 minutes later, followed by Marcus shortly after. They searched the entire house and found nothing. No wet footprints. No signs of forced entry. All windows and doors locked from the inside. They checked the basement, the attic, every closet and crawl space. Nothing. The officers were kind, but clearly skeptical. One suggested that maybe I'd fallen asleep reading and had a vivid dream. Another thought maybe a neighbor's voice had carried through the old walls, playing tricks on my mind. But none of their explanations accounted for Baxter's reaction, or the doorknob turning, or the wet footsteps I'd heard so clearly. We stayed with friends that night. I couldn't bear to be in the house. When we returned the next day, Marcus installed additional security cameras inside, including one in the hallway outside our bedroom. We also put a deadbolt on our bedroom door. Nothing like that has happened since, but I've never felt completely safe in the house again. Sometimes I think I hear wet footsteps when it's raining, or I'll catch a movement out of the corner of my eye in that upstairs hallway. I've researched possible explanations endlessly. Some people suggested it might have been a mimic entity, something that imitates familiar voices to lure people. Others thought it could be some kind of residual energy from the house's past. One person even suggested carbon monoxide, but we had detectors and they never went off. The thing that still bothers me most is the doorknob. Whatever was on the other side of that door wanted me to open it. It wanted me to come out into the hallway. And if Baxter hadn't been with me that day, if he hadn't reacted the way he did, I might have. I don't know what was in our house that December day. I don't know if it's still here waiting. But sometimes, when Marcus is away and the house gets too quiet, I swear I can hear someone calling my name from the bottom of the stairs. Story 12. I've never told anyone this story except my wife, but it's been on my mind lately and I need to get it off my chest. It happened 23 years ago when I was 9, but I remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday. My grandfather passed away after a long battle with lung cancer. I didn't know him very well, since we lived on the opposite coast and only visited once or twice a year. My clearest memories of him were his massive garden, where he grew the juiciest tomatoes I'd ever tasted, the smell of his pipe tobacco that seemed to follow him everywhere, and his laugh. God, that laugh. It was this booming, full-bodied ha-ha-ha-ha that seemed to come from somewhere deep in his belly. Even when I was little, it made me laugh too. It was impossible not to. The funeral was held in my grandfather's hometown of Seacliff, this little coastal place with about 5,000 people. It was early October, and the weather couldn't decide if it wanted to be summer or fall. One minute the sun would be out, and the next, clouds would roll in from the ocean, bringing a chill. My mom had dressed me in this scratchy suit that was slightly too small. I'd had a growth spurt that summer, and the collar kept rubbing against my neck. I remember sitting in the church, sandwiched between my mom and older sister, trying not to fidget. The casket was at the front, closed, with a huge spray of white flowers on top. The church smelled like old wood, candle wax, and those flowers, which I later learned were lilies. They had this sickly sweet smell that made my stomach turn. Or maybe it was just the whole situation. After the service, which felt like it lasted forever, everyone headed back to my grandfather's house. It was this beautiful old Victorian place on a hill overlooking the ocean. My dad had explained that it would now belong to my grandmother, who looked so small and fragile in her black dress that I was afraid to hug her too hard. The house was packed with people I barely knew, distant relatives, neighbors, friends from my grandfather's bowling league, all milling around with plates of food that the church ladies had brought over. Everyone spoke in these hushed tones, occasionally breaking into sad smiles when sharing memories of my grandfather. I was bored out of my mind. My cousins were all older and huddled together in the corner of the living room, and I wasn't allowed to go outside because my mom didn't want me to get my suit dirty. I wandered around, picking at the food on the dining room table, little sandwiches with the crusts cut off, deviled eggs, and these weird gelatin molds with fruit suspended inside like bugs in amber. After about an hour of this, I really needed to use the bathroom. The house had 3 bathrooms, one upstairs in the hallway, one in the master bedroom, and one on the main floor just off the kitchen. The upstairs one had a line of people waiting, and I wasn't supposed to go into my grandparents' bedroom, so I headed for the main floor bathroom. It was a small bathroom with faded floral wallpaper and a pedestal sink. The toilet was one of those old ones with the tank mounted high on the wall and a pull chain. The window was frosted glass with little seashell designs etched into it, and it let in a soft, diffused light. I could hear the murmur of voices through the door, Aunt Karen discussing how he went peacefully, Uncle Steve talking about the inheritance, my mom directing someone to where the extra napkins were kept. I sat down on the toilet. I was 9. I had to go number 2, it happens. And that's when it happened. Out of nowhere, a deep, boisterous laugh erupted in the bathroom. Ha 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 ha! It was so loud and sudden that I literally jumped. I'm not exaggerating when I say I shit myself. I mean, I was already on the toilet, but it scared the crap out of me, literally. The laugh seemed to bounce off the walls, filling the tiny space completely. It wasn't just any laugh, it was my grandfather's laugh, that distinctive, hearty chuckle that I'd heard a dozen times before when he'd watch old reruns of I Love Lucy, or when my dad would tell one of his terrible jokes. It was unmistakable. The thing is, I was completely alone in that bathroom. The door was closed and locked, the window was shut. There was no radio or TV nearby, and my grandfather was dead. His body was at the funeral home, waiting to be cremated the next day. I froze, toilet paper in hand, my heart hammering in my chest. For a second I thought maybe someone was playing a recording as some weird tribute, but the sound hadn't come from outside the bathroom. It had been in the bathroom with me. It had surrounded me. I cleaned up as fast as I could, my hands shaking so badly I could barely button my pants. I yanked open the door and practically ran into the kitchen where most of the adults were gathered. My mom was arranging cookies on a plate while talking to my grandmother. "Did anyone just laugh really loud?" I blurted out, interrupting their conversation. My mom gave me that look parents give when their kid is being inappropriate. "Timothy, this is a funeral gathering. No one is laughing." "But I heard Grandpa's laugh in the bathroom just now," I insisted, my voice rising with each word. The kitchen went quiet. My grandmother's face crumpled and she turned away. My dad appeared at my side, putting his hand firmly on my shoulder. "That's enough, Tim," he said quietly but sternly. Go find your sister and stay with her. I looked around at the adults' faces, some pitying, some uncomfortable, a few annoyed. No one believed me. And why would they? Dead people don't laugh. I slunk away, embarrassed and confused. For the rest of the day, I stuck close to my sister, who was 13, and thought I was being a total weirdo. I didn't mention the laugh again, but I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I refused to use that bathroom again, holding it until we got back to the hotel that evening. We flew home 2 days later, and life went on. My grandmother sold the house the following year and moved to Florida. I grew up, went to college, got a job, got married. The incident in the bathroom became a distant memory, something I'd almost convinced myself I'd imagined. But here's the thing, I didn't imagine it. I know what I heard, and as I've gotten older, I've thought about it more and more. A few years ago, during a Thanksgiving dinner, my dad started reminiscing about my grandfather. After a few glasses of wine, he launched into an impression of my grandfather's famous laugh. Ha 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 ha! It sent chills down my spine because it was exactly what I'd heard that day in the bathroom. "Dad," I said carefully, "do you remember when I said I heard Grandpa laugh at his funeral?" My dad paused, wine glass halfway to his mouth. "Yeah, I remember. You were pretty upset." "I really did hear it," I said. "It was his laugh, exactly like you just did it, right there in the bathroom with me." My dad was quiet for a moment. "You know, Tim, grief does strange things to people. You were young. You didn't really understand what was happening." "I wasn't grieving," I interrupted. "I barely knew him, but I knew his laugh." My dad just patted my arm and changed the subject. He didn't believe me. No one ever has. But I've done some reading since then about how spirits sometimes make their presence known right after death, about how children are more sensitive to these things, about how bathrooms, with all their water pipes and electrical wiring, can sometimes act as conductors for paranormal energy. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or heaven or anything like that, but I do believe that something happened in that bathroom 23 years ago, something I can't explain. Was it my grandfather's spirit stopping by to give his grandson one last memory of that distinctive laugh? Was it his way of saying goodbye, or maybe trying to lighten the mood of his own funeral? I don't know. What I do know is that I heard my dead grandfather laugh, clear as day, as real as the chair I'm sitting in now. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the bathroom of my own house, I find myself listening, wondering if I'll ever hear that ha 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 again. I never have, but I'll never forget it either. Sometimes I think about going back to Seacliff, finding out who bought my grandparents' house, and asking if they've ever heard strange laughter in their bathroom. But what would I say? "Hi, I'm Tim, and 23 years ago my dead grandfather laughed at me while I was taking a dump in your bathroom. Has anything similar happened to you?" Yeah, that would go over well. So I keep the story to myself, turning it over in my mind every now and then, like a strange pebble I found on the beach. Smooth from handling, but still just as mysterious as the day I picked it up. I just needed to tell someone who might understand, someone who might not immediately try to explain it away. Because sometimes the inexplicable happens. Sometimes dead people laugh, and sometimes a 9-year-old boy is the only one who hears it. Story 13. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. I'm not even sure if writing it down will help or just make everything worse, but I need to tell someone who might understand. This started back in 2017, when my family moved into this old 2-story house in a small town outside of Portland. It wasn't anything special, just a normal-looking place built in the 70s with wood paneling everywhere and that musty smell old houses get. From the first night, something felt off. I remember telling my mom I didn't like the house, and she just brushed it off as me being dramatic about the move. But it wasn't normal adjustment stuff. The air felt heavy, like someone was constantly standing behind me. My room was the worst. It was at the end of the upstairs hallway, and no matter how many lamps I turned on, the corners always stayed dark. Within weeks, all of us started acting weird. My dad, who's usually super chill, started snapping at everything. My little sister became withdrawn and stopped talking much. My mum was having these crying fits for no reason. We all blamed it on stress from the move, but deep down, I think we all knew something else was happening. I couldn't sleep at night, like at all. I'd lie there feeling like someone was staring at me from the foot of my bed. Sometimes I'd pull the covers over my head like a little kid, which is embarrassing to admit as a 17-year-old. The worst part was my closet door. It would slowly open during the night. At first, I thought maybe it was just badly balanced or something, so I started propping a chair against it before bed. In the morning, I'd find the chair pushed aside and the door cracked open. After a particularly bad night where I swear I heard breathing coming from inside my closet, I told my neighbor Jake about it. He was the only person who didn't look at me like I was crazy. Instead, he told me his grandma used to talk about that house being troubled. I remember his exact words. Bad energy sticks to places sometimes. Jake suggested we check out the crawl spaces under the house to see if there was anything weird down there. Our house had this small access door in the backyard that led underneath. I was terrified, but also desperate to find some explanation, so I agreed. The next day, we grabbed flashlights and squeezed through that tiny door. It was disgusting under there, all cobwebs and dirt and this awful smell like something rotting. We crawled around for maybe 15 minutes, not finding anything unusual, when Jake called me over to a corner near what would be under my bedroom. There was this rock, about the size of a football, with something dark smeared on it. Jake shined his light directly on it, and we both froze. It was blood. Not old dried blood, but tacky, like it had been there maybe a day or two. I wanted to believe it was from an animal that had crawled under there to die, but it was just this one perfect smear on this one rock, like someone had deliberately put it there. We got out of there so fast I scraped my entire back on the doorframe. I begged my parents to move, making up stuff about mold and bad wiring. They didn't believe me, but coincidentally, my dad got a job offer in another state about 2 months later, and we were gone by the end of 2017. After we moved, I started sleeping again. We all went back to normal. No more random anger or crying. It was like waking up from a bad dream. Then, about 6 months later, my mum casually mentioned that she'd heard from our old realtor that the previous owner of our house had committed suicide there. The realtor hadn't disclosed it because it happened more than 3 years before we bought the place, so legally she didn't have to. I asked where in the house it happened, and my mom said she didn't know the details. But I knew. I just knew it was in my room. Around this same time, my iPad stopped working. It just wouldn't turn on no matter what I did. Since it was pretty old and I had a laptop for school, I just tossed it in a drawer and forgot about it. Fast forward to 3 months ago, nearly 5 years after we left that house. I was cleaning out my closet and found the old iPad. Out of curiosity, I plugged it in, not expecting anything. To my surprise, after sitting for a while, it actually turned on. The problem was, I couldn't remember the passcode. I tried all my usual combinations, but nothing worked. That night, I kept thinking about 4 specific numbers: 7, 2, 9, 4. They just popped into my head and wouldn't leave. The next morning at breakfast, I mentioned these numbers to my parents, asking if they meant anything. My mum looked weirdly uncomfortable and said, "That's almost right, but the 9 should be a 6. I had no idea what she was talking about, but I tried 72264 on the iPad later that day. It unlocked. I wished to God I had just thrown that thing away. The iPad was full of photos from the old house. Most were just normal family stuff: Christmas morning, my sister's birthday, random selfies. But as I scrolled through, I noticed photos I didn't remember taking. There were dozens of pictures of empty rooms in our old house, always shot from weird angles, like from floor level or from a corner looking up. The timestamps showed they were taken in the middle of the night, between 2 and 4 in the morning. I definitely didn't take these. I checked the details, and they were all taken with the iPad's camera during times I know I was asleep, or at least trying to sleep. The last photo was the one that made me drop the iPad. It was a picture of me, sleeping in my bed in the old house, taken from inside my closet. The closet door was open just a crack, and you could see me lying there, completely unaware. I shut the iPad off immediately. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hit the power button. I considered showing my parents, but they've worked so hard to put that time behind us. My dad still gets tense whenever the old house comes up in conversation. That night, I couldn't sleep. I had this overwhelming sense of dread, like I was being watched again. My current bedroom has these thin curtains, and the streetlight outside made strange patterns on them that kept looking like a figure standing there. I told myself I was just freaking myself out because of the photos, but it felt exactly like it did back in 2017. The next morning, I decided to look through the iPad again in daylight, thinking maybe I'd overreacted. Most of the photos were gone, not deleted. The total number of photos in the album was lower than the day before. The only ones left were the normal family photos. The weird empty room shots and the photo of me sleeping were completely gone, like they'd never existed. I checked the recently deleted folder. Nothing. I looked through every album on the device. Nothing. I started to question if I'd imagined the whole thing, but I know what I saw. Those photos were real. That night, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning to the sound of my closet door creaking. I live alone in an apartment now, and I always keep that door closed because it's a mess in there. But it was open about 3 inches. I convinced myself I'd left it that way and hadn't noticed. The next day, I took the iPad to a tech repair shop. I made up some story about needing to recover deleted photos for a school project. The guy looked at it and said there was nothing deleted in the last 30 days. Then he checked something else and got this confused look on his face. He said according to the system logs, the iPad hadn't been turned on at all between December 2017 and 3 days ago when I plugged it in. But somehow, there were photos with timestamps from 2018, 2019, and even last month, all showing corners and empty hallways of places I didn't recognize. I thanked him, took the iPad, and left before he could ask questions I couldn't answer. When I got home, I checked the photos again, and now there were even more I didn't recognize. Dark hallways, empty rooms, corners of ceilings, all from places I'd never been. Last night, I put the iPad in a drawer and wedged a chair under my closet door handle. I finally fell asleep around 2 in the morning. When I woke up today, the chair was still there, but the drawer was open and the iPad was on my desk, turned on, open to the Photos app. There was a new photo from 3:27 a.m. showing my bedroom from last night, taken from a corner near my ceiling. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. The iPad is sitting next to me, and I swear I can feel something coming through it, like it's a window to somewhere else. The passcode, those numbers. I asked my mom again what they meant to her. She got really quiet, then said, "That was the address number of my childhood home, the house where my brother died." I've never had an uncle. This was the first I'd ever heard of him. The iPad just lit up on its own. There's a new photo loading. It's my room, right now, from behind me. Story 14. I've never shared this with anyone before. For years, I convinced myself it was just my imagination, or that my eyes were playing tricks on me. But what happened yesterday with my dog Milo changed everything. I should start from the beginning. My name's Marcus. I'm 23 now, living in the same house in Milwaukee where I grew up. It's an old two-story place built in the 70s. Nothing special, just your average suburban home with creaky floors and drafty windows. And for as long as I can remember, I've never been alone here. The first time I noticed one of them, I was 7. I was sitting at the kitchen table doing homework when I felt this weird sensation, like someone was standing in the doorway watching me. When I looked up, I saw it, just a shadow at first, tall and thin, peeking around the corner of the doorframe. It was so tall, it had to bend slightly to fit under the top of the doorway. I remember blinking hard, thinking my eyes were just tired from reading. But when I looked again, it was still there, perfectly still. I called them peekers in my head. That's what they do. They peek, they watch. They never come fully into a room, just stand at the edges, observing. As a kid, I couldn't really distinguish them from regular shadows. I'd mention the tall shadow to my parents, and they'd just check the lighting or tell me it was the coat rack or a tree outside casting shapes through the window. But I knew the difference. Regular shadows don't move on their own. They don't duck away when you notice them. By the time I was a teenager, I could see them more clearly. They're like human silhouettes, but stretched out, 8 or 9 feet tall at least, impossibly thin, with no distinguishable features, except sometimes I swear I can make out eyes. Not normal eyes, just darker spots where eyes should be. They're completely black, darker than any shadow should be, like voids cut into reality. For 16 years, they've been watching me. Not every day, but often enough that I've developed a sort of routine. I'll be washing dishes, and I'll feel that familiar sensation, the weight of eyes on my back. I'll turn slightly, and there one will be, just peeking around the corner of the kitchen entrance. If I turn fully to face it, or acknowledge it in any way, it freezes for a second, totally still, and then slides away behind the wall, like it's embarrassed to be caught staring. I've tried to catch them, running around corners after they vanish, but they're always gone. No footsteps, no sound at all. Just gone. They've never tried to hurt me, never even tried to approach me. They just watch. When I'm on the couch watching TV, when I'm at my computer, when I'm cooking dinner. Sometimes when I'm trying to sleep, I'll open my eyes and see one peeking in through my partially open bedroom door. Over the years, I've almost gotten used to them. I mean, how do you not eventually normalize something that's been happening since you were a kid? I stopped mentioning them to anyone after my parents suggested therapy when I was 12. The therapist talked about shadow people being a common hallucination during sleep paralysis, but that didn't fit. I wasn't paralyzed or sleeping when I saw them. They were just there. I even tried to research them online. Shadow people is what most people call them, but the descriptions never quite matched what I experienced. The height, for one thing. Most accounts mention human-sized shadows, not these 8 or 9 foot giants. And most shadow people apparently move through rooms, approach people or cause fear. Mine just watch from doorways and corners. They're observers, not intruders. So I've lived with them, these silent watchers, these peekers. I've gone to school, graduated college, gotten a job at a local tech company, all while being watched by entities no one else could see. I even dated occasionally, though I never brought anyone home for long. How do you explain to someone why you suddenly tense up and stare at empty doorways? But yesterday changed everything. I adopted Milo, a shepherd mix, from the shelter about 3 months ago. He's 3 years old, super friendly, and has been the perfect companion. Since I got him, I'd noticed the peekers seemed less frequent, maybe once every few days instead of nearly daily. I thought maybe having another living being in the house was keeping them away. Yesterday evening, I was sitting on the couch playing a game on my phone. Milo was curled up next to me, half asleep. It was around 8 o'clock, already dark outside, with just the living room light and the TV on for illumination. I felt that familiar sensation, that weight of being watched, and glanced toward the hallway leading to the kitchen. There was one of them, taller than usual, its head almost touching the top of the 7-foot doorway. It was partially hidden, just its right side visible as it peered around the corner at me. I froze, as I always do in these moments, and waited for it to slide away as usual. But then Milo's head shot up. His ears perked forward, and he stared directly at the same spot I was looking at. A low growl rumbled in his throat. My blood went cold. In 16 years, no one else had ever seen them. I'd convinced myself they might be some weird neurological thing in my brain, or some kind of personal haunting only I could perceive. But Milo saw it too. He was looking right at it. The pika didn't move. It stayed perfectly still, half hidden behind the wall. Milo's growl turned into a whimper, and he pressed himself against me, trembling slightly, but never taking his eyes off the doorway. "You see it too, don't you?" I whispered to him, my voice shaking. At the sound of my voice, the pika did its usual freeze-then-slide motion, disappearing behind the wall. But instead of relaxing once it was gone, Milo jumped off the couch and ran to the hallway entrance, barking once before stopping, abruptly at the threshold, like he'd hit an invisible wall. He wouldn't go any further. He just stood there, hackles raised, staring into the darkness of the hallway. I got up, my legs feeling weirdly weak, and turned on the hallway light. Nothing there, of course, but Milo wouldn't enter the hallway. He just backed up, still whimpering, and returned to the couch where he pressed against my leg, shivering. I sat there for a long time, just petting him and trying to process what had happened. Someone else, something else, had finally confirmed what I'd been seeing all these years. These things were real. They weren't in my head, and they frightened my dog, who normally isn't scared of anything. I didn't sleep much last night. I kept the lights on in my bedroom, and Milo stayed on the bed with me, something he doesn't usually do. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to him growling again, staring at my bedroom door, which was cracked open about 6 inches. I saw it immediately, the familiar darkness, deeper than the hallway shadows, just visible through the crack in the door. Watching, always watching. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice surprisingly steady despite my racing heart. For the first time in 16 years, it didn't immediately retreat. It stayed there, perfectly still, for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then, slowly, so slowly, it receded, sliding away from the door with deliberate movement rather than its usual startled vanishing act. This morning, Milo refused to go down certain hallways in the house. He wouldn't enter the kitchen until I'd been in there for several minutes. And just now, as I'm typing this, he suddenly perked up and started staring at the doorway to my right. I can feel it too, that familiar sensation of being observed. I'm not looking up, not yet. But I know it's there, bending its impossibly tall frame to peer around my office doorway, watching me share this story. The question that keeps running through my mind now is, what changed? Why, after 16 years of just watching, did they allow themselves to be seen by someone else? Are they getting bolder, stronger, closer to whatever their purpose is? And the question that scares me most, what do they want from me? I don't think they're harmful. 16 years is a long time to watch someone without ever making a threatening move. But the fact that they frightened Milo so badly makes me wonder if he knows something I don't. Animals are supposed to be more sensitive to these things, right? I've thought about moving out, but part of me is afraid they'll just follow me. They've been with me for so long, most of my life. Are they attached to the house or to me? And if I leave, will I ever find out why they've been watching me all this time? For now, I'm staying put. I'm going to start documenting every appearance, setting up cameras, seeing if I can catch anything. Maybe there's a pattern I've missed all these years, but knowing I'm not crazy, that these things are real enough for my dog to see them too, it's both a relief and absolutely terrifying. Because now I have to face the fact that for 16 years, something has been studying me from the shadows, and I have no idea why. Story 15. I still can't sleep with the windows open. It's been 20 years since that night at my grandmother's cabin, but I swear sometimes I still see that thing in the corner of my eye when I'm alone in the dark. I was 10 years old when it happened. My parents were going through a messy divorce, and they'd ship me off to my grandmother's place every other weekend to shield me from the fighting, though I heard plenty of it anyway. Grandma Nell lived way out in Blackwood Forest, about 40 miles from the nearest town, in a cabin that was basically stuck in the 1800s. No electricity, no running water, no cell service, nothing. Just kerosene lamps, a wood stove, and the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. The cabin itself was tiny, just 2 rooms with a small porch out front. One room was the kitchen living area with a table, 2 chairs, and my grandma's rocking chair next to the wood stove. The other was the bedroom with her bed and a cot for me pushed against the wall. The bathroom situation was the worst part. The outhouse was about 100 yards away from the cabin, down this narrow dirt path through the trees. During the day it was whatever, just a boring walk to pee. But at night, that path felt like it stretched for miles. Grandma had this rule: never go to the outhouse alone after dark. Ever. If I needed to go, I had to wake her up, and she'd walk with me with her shotgun. I never questioned it because I figured it was about bears or mountain lions. There were plenty of both in those woods. That Friday night in October started like any other visit. Dad dropped me off around 4 in the afternoon. We had a dinner of stew and homemade bread, and Grandma told me stories about when she was a girl. Normal stuff. We went to bed early because that's what you do when there's no TV and it gets dark at 6. I remember waking up suddenly, my bladder feeling like it was about to burst. The cabin was pitch black, except for a faint glow from the banked coals in the wood stove. I could hear Grandma's deep, raspy breathing from her bed across the room. She'd been fighting a cold all week, and the medicine she took knocked her out completely. I laid there for a few minutes, squirming and trying to hold it, but it was no use. I had to go, badly. I thought about waking her like I was supposed to, but she sounded so exhausted. Plus, I was 10, old enough to walk to an outhouse by myself, right? I'd show her I wasn't a baby. So I slipped out of bed, trying not to let the springs creak. The floorboards were ice cold against my bare feet. I fumbled around in the dark until I found the flashlight Grandma kept on the table by the door. It was one of those heavy metal ones with D batteries that could probably knock someone out if you swung it hard enough. I pulled on my boots without bothering to lace them and grabbed my coat from the hook by the door. The night air hit me like a slap when I stepped onto the porch. It must have been close to freezing. The moonlight was bright enough that I could see my breath clouding in front of my face. I remember hesitating on that top step, the forest looking darker and more menacing than it ever had before. The trees around the clearing swayed slightly in the breeze, their branches making strange shadows on the ground. Something in my gut told me to go back inside and wake Grandma, but I didn't want to disappoint her by being scared. I clicked on the flashlight and started down the path, focusing the beam on the ground in front of me. The dirt was hard and covered with frost that crunched under my boots. Everything was quiet, except for that crunching and the occasional rustle of leaves in the trees above me. I was about halfway to the outhouse when I heard it. Snap. A branch breaking, somewhere off to my right, maybe 15 feet into the trees. I froze instantly, my heart jumping into my throat. My first thought was, mountain lion. Grandma had warned me about them, how they stalk you silently and you never hear them coming until it's too late. But if I'd heard a branch snap, that meant whatever it was had made a mistake. It wasn't being careful anymore. I stood completely still, barely breathing, and slowly turned the flashlight toward the sound. The beam cut through the darkness between the trees, catching on trunks and undergrowth. At first, I didn't see anything. Then my light landed on something pale among the dark shapes of the trees. It wasn't a mountain lion. It was standing upright, maybe 7 feet tall, but everything about it was wrong. It had the general shape of a person, but its proportions were all distorted. Its arms hung down too, far, almost to its knees. Its shoulders were hunched up near where its ears should be, and its legs, they were bent at strange angles, like it was trying to stand like a human, but didn't quite understand how. But the face, God, the face is what still haunts me. It was stretched into this impossible grin that literally went from ear to ear. Not like someone smiling, but like someone had taken a knife and carved a smile into its face. Its head was tilted so far to the side that it looked like its neck was broken, resting on its shoulder at an angle that would kill a normal person. And its eyes, they were just empty black holes that somehow still seemed to be staring right at me. The worst part was that it didn't react to my light at first. It just stood there, perfectly still, like it had been waiting for me to notice it. Then slowly, it raised one arm and started beckoning to me with long, bony fingers, like it was inviting me to come closer. As it did, the grin on its face seemed to stretch even wider, and its head tilted even further to the side with a subtle cracking sound. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I was completely paralyzed with a kind of fear I've never felt before or since, a primal terror that turned my blood to ice. Then it took a step toward me, and the spell broke. I turned and ran as fast as I could back toward the cabin. My boots were unlaced and kept threatening to come off. I was sobbing and gasping for air, but I couldn't make any actual noise, just these pathetic little whimpers. About 20 feet from the cabin, my foot caught on a root and I went down hard, the flashlight flying from my hand. It hit the ground a few feet away, still on, the beam pointing back toward the path. I scrambled to my feet without even thinking about going back for the light. All I could think was that I needed to get inside, that if I could just get to Grandma, I'd be safe. I burst through the door, slamming it behind me hard enough to rattle the whole cabin. I was hyperventilating so badly I thought I might pass out. Grandma was already out of bed, moving with surprising speed for a woman in her 70s. "What is it? What happened?" she demanded, grabbing me by the shoulders. I couldn't speak. All I could do was point through the window next to the door. From where we stood, we could see my flashlight on the ground, its beam pointing back toward the trees. And there, at the edge of the light, was the figure. It was still beckoning, its impossible smile somehow looking even wider than before. Its head was now tilted so far that it looked like it was resting upside down on its own shoulder. I expected Grandma to scream, to grab her shotgun, to do something, anything that acknowledged the horror of what we were seeing. But she didn't. She just sighed, like she was annoyed, not terrified. "Stay here," she said firmly, pushing me toward the rocking chair. "Don't move." Before I could protest, she was opening the door and stepping onto the porch. I was too shocked to do anything but watch through the window as my grandmother, this frail old woman in a flannel nightgown, walked out to face this nightmare creature. She stopped at the edge of the porch and crossed her arms over her chest. Even from inside, I could hear her clearly. "You know you're not welcome here, Marcus," she said in the same tone she used when telling me to wash my hands before dinner. "I've told you before, you need to leave before I make you leave." The thing, Marcus, stopped beckoning. Its arms slowly lowered to its side. "You made your choice 27 years ago," Grandma continued. "You don't get to change your mind now, and you certainly don't get to bother my granddaughter. Now go. This is the last warning you'll get from me." For a long, terrible moment, nothing happened. The thing and my grandmother just stared at each other. Then it took a step backward, then another. With each step, it seemed to become less solid, like it was dissolving into the darkness. By the time it reached the trees, it was just a pale smudge against the black, and then it was gone entirely. Grandma watched for another minute, then bent down to pick up my flashlight. She came back inside, locked the door, and sat down heavily in her rocking chair. "Come here," she said, patting her lap like she did when I was younger. I was still shaking uncontrollably, but I climbed into her lap, burying my face against her shoulder. She smelled like tobacco and the lavender soap she always used. "What was that?" I finally managed to whisper. She was quiet for a long time, just rocking slowly back and forth. When she finally spoke, her voice was gentle but matter-of-fact. "That was Marcus Tully. He owned this land before me, hanged himself from the big oak near the outhouse back in 1966. She said it so casually, like she was telling me about a neighbor who'd moved away. But he... I couldn't even form the words to describe what I'd seen. "I know what he looks like now," she said. "That's what happens sometimes when people choose to leave this world, but then can't let go of it. They get stuck in between, and it twists them." "Is he a ghost?" I asked. Grandma sighed again. "Something like that. He's been trying to get someone to join him for years. That's why I never let you go to the outhouse alone at night. He's stronger in the dark. I couldn't process any of this. It was too much." "But you made him go away," I said. "How did you do that?" "He knows I can see him for what he really is," she said simply. "And he knows I know how to make him leave for good if I have to. He won't bother us again tonight." I didn't sleep at all that night. Grandma let me stay in her bed, and she sat in the rocking chair with her shotgun across her lap until morning came. When the sun rose, she made breakfast like nothing had happened. My dad picked me up that afternoon. I wanted to tell him everything, but I knew he wouldn't believe me. He'd just think Grandma was filling my head with stories again. I never went back to that cabin alone after dark. When I had to stay over, I made sure my dad picked me up before sunset. Grandma never brought up what happened, and neither did I. It was like this unspoken thing between us. Grandma died when I was 15. The cabin was sold to some developer who tore it down to build vacation homes. Sometimes I wonder if they know what's in those woods, if they've seen him too. I'm 30 now, with kids of my own. I've never told anyone this story before. Who would believe me? But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and I hear a branch snap outside my window, I freeze, and I swear I can feel him waiting out there in the dark, his head tilted at that impossible angle, still beckoning. Story 16. I still can't believe I'm actually writing this down, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been 10 years since it happened, and I've never told anyone outside my immediate family because I know how it sounds. But I swear on everything I love, every word of this is true. Back in 2013, my husband Mark and I had just moved into our first real house in Oak Ridge. It was nothing fancy, just a 3-bedroom ranch-style home in a quiet suburban neighborhood with good schools. After living in apartments for years, we were thrilled to finally have our own place with a yard for our 1-year-old daughter, Juliet. The previous owners had kept the place in decent shape, but it was built in the 70s and had that slightly outdated feel. We'd spent weeks painting and replacing old fixtures before moving in. Nothing about the house felt off or strange at first. It was just an ordinary family home that needed some updating. For Juliet's room, we went all out. Fresh, pale yellow paint, a beautiful white crib, and all these sweet little decorations. My mum had given us this vintage wooden Ferris wheel, music box, that we placed on the top shelf of the bookcase. It was one of those handcrafted toys, heavy wood, with little painted seats. You had to manually turn a crank on the side several times to wind it up, and then it would rotate slowly while playing You Are My Sunshine. Juliet loved watching it spin. Since Juliet was still so little, we used a baby monitor, not one of those fancy video ones that are everywhere now, but an older audio-only model that my sister had passed down to us. It was just a simple white transmitter unit with a microphone that stayed in Juliet's room and a receiver unit we kept in our bedroom. The sound quality wasn't great. It had that staticky white noise in the background, but it was sensitive enough that we could hear if Juliet stirred or cried. Everything was completely normal for the first few weeks. Juliet was sleeping through the night pretty well by then, usually only waking once for a feeding around 2 a.m. Mark had gone back to work after helping with the move, and I was still on maternity leave, so I was the one who usually got up with her. On the night it happened, I remember going to bed around 11. Mark was out of town for work, his first overnight trip since we'd moved in, so I was alone with Juliet. I double-checked all the doors and windows before bed, something I always did when Mark was away. I remember feeling a little uneasy being alone in the new house, but I chalked it up to just being a nervous first-time mom. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from a day of unpacking boxes and chasing after a newly walking toddler. The monitor sat on my nightstand, its little green light glowing in the darkness. According to my phone, it was exactly 4:16 a.m. when I woke up. And this is where things get, I don't even know how to describe it. Horrifying, impossible. I woke up suddenly, completely alert, like someone had shaken me. For a split second, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it. Through the baby monitor came the most blood-curdling sound I've ever heard in my life. It was a screech, not a baby's cry, not anything human-sounding at all. It reminded me of what an elderly woman might sound like if she was being murdered. This high-pitched, ragged shriek that made every hair on my body stand up. It lasted maybe 3 seconds and then stopped abruptly. I sat frozen in bed, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. Before I could even process what I'd heard, another sound came through the monitor, the tinkling music of Juliet's Ferris wheel toy starting up. The moment I heard that music, I felt a cold wave of pure terror wash over me. Because I knew, I absolutely knew, that toy couldn't be playing on its own. You had to physically turn the crank several times to wind it up. There was no button, no switch, nothing electronic about it at all. It was purely mechanical, and it sat on the highest shelf in the room, at least 6 feet off the ground. Even if Juliet had somehow climbed out of her crib, which she'd never done, she couldn't possibly reach it. For about 5 seconds, I sat there paralyzed, listening to that cheerful little melody playing through the monitor. Then, maternal instinct kicked in, and I launched myself out of bed. I didn't turn on any lights. I just ran down the hallway to Juliet's room, my bare feet slapping against the hardwood floors. I burst through her door and flipped on the light switch. Juliet was sound asleep in her crib, lying on her back with her little arms thrown up beside her head the way she always slept. She hadn't stirred at all. But across the room, on the top shelf of the bookcase, the Ferris wheel was spinning merrily, its melody playing at full volume. I stood there staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It was impossible. Nobody else was in the house. The toy couldn't wind itself up, and that horrible scream. What the hell was that? My first thought was that someone must be in the house. I snatched Juliet up from her crib, which woke her instantly. She started crying as I clutched her to my chest and backed out of the room. I grabbed my phone from the bedroom and locked us both in the bathroom, where I called 911 with shaking hands. The police arrived in less than 10 minutes. 2 officers searched the entire house while I sat in their patrol car with Juliet, who had fallen back asleep by then. They found absolutely nothing. No signs of forced entry, no open windows, no evidence that anyone besides us had been in the house. They were kind, but clearly skeptical when I tried to explain about the toy and the scream. One of them gently suggested that perhaps I'd been dreaming and had wound up the toy earlier and forgotten about it, but I knew I hadn't, and I knew what I'd heard. After they left, I couldn't bring myself to go back to sleep. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, holding Juliet in my arms until morning. When Mark called around 7 to check in, I broke down crying, trying to explain what had happened. He came home early that day, cancelling his meetings to be with us. That night, we unplugged the baby monitor and used an old smartphone with a baby monitor app instead, placing it where we could see Juliet's crib. Nothing happened, no screams, no mysteriously activating toys. A week went by without incident. I was starting to think maybe the cops were right. Maybe I'd had some kind of waking nightmare. But then Mark had to go away overnight again. I was nervous, but determined not to be ridiculous about it. I set up the phone monitor again and went to bed around 10. At almost exactly 4:15 a.m., I woke up suddenly, that same feeling of alertness washing over me. There was no sound this time, but something felt wrong. I checked the phone monitor. Juliet was sleeping peacefully. Then I noticed the battery was at 3%, despite having been plugged in when I went to bed. I got up to check on her, in person. When I pushed open her door, the first thing I noticed was how cold it was in her room, much colder than the rest of the house. And then I saw it. The Ferris wheel toy wasn't on the shelf where it belonged. It was sitting in the middle of the floor, directly beneath where it should have been. I snatched Juliet up and went straight to our neighbor's house. The poor woman was confused and alarmed when I showed up on her doorstep at 4:30 in the morning with a baby. But she let us in. Mark came home again, and this time we agreed something was seriously wrong. We had a locksmith change all the locks. Mark installed security cameras inside and outside the house. We even had an electrician check for any issues that might explain the toy activating, though we both knew there was no electrical component to it. Nothing was found, and the cameras never caught anything unusual. I got rid of that Ferris wheel toy immediately, took it straight to the dump myself. We stopped using any kind of baby monitor, and instead moved Juliet's crib into our room for several months. Eventually, as time passed without incident, we moved her back to her own room, but I still checked on her constantly. We never experienced anything like that again in the house, but I've never forgotten that scream. It wasn't human. It wasn't an animal. It was something else. Something that could somehow manipulate physical objects and wanted us to know it was there. We still live in that house. Juliet is 11 now and has no memory of any of this. Mark thinks it might have been some kind of freak radio interference that somehow caused the toy to fall off the shelf, though even he admits that doesn't really explain anything. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know what came through that monitor or how it wound up that toy, but I do know that whatever it was, it wanted me to hear it, and sometimes, when I'm home alone and the house gets too quiet, I swear I can still hear the faintest echo of that terrible scream. Story 17. I never believed in ghosts. Growing up in a pretty rational household, we'd laugh at those ghost hunting shows on TV. That was before we moved into our Riverdale home, though. Now, I don't know what to believe anymore. It all started in January, right after we moved in. We were so excited about this house. My son finally had his own room. There was a proper kitchen where I could actually cook without bumping elbows with everyone, and the rent was surprisingly reasonable for the area. The fact that it was split into 2 apartments worked perfectly, since my friend Lisa and her boyfriend Ryan were looking for a place too. It seemed ideal. The first few weeks were normal, just unpacking boxes, hanging pictures, the usual new home stuff. My husband Tom works night shifts at the hospital, so our schedules were pretty different. I'd usually fall asleep on the couch, watching TV while waiting for him to come home. It was probably around the 3rd week of January when I first heard it. I was dozing on the couch around 11 at night when there was a clear knock-knock on the living room door. Not loud, but distinct. 2 knocks in succession, then nothing. I called out, "Tom, that you?" No answer. I got up and checked. Nobody there. The front door was still locked. My son Jake was asleep in his room, and Tom wasn't due home for another hour. I brushed it off as the house settling or maybe something falling in another room. But the next night, same thing happened. I was on the couch, almost asleep, when knock-knock, same pattern, same door. Again, I checked. Again, nothing. This time I even went outside to see if someone was playing a prank, but there was no one. After a week of this, I started telling myself it was just the pipes or the heating system. Old houses make weird noises, right? But the knocking was so deliberate. And it always happened when I was alone, never when Tom was home or during the day. The weirdest part was the timing. Sometimes it would happen once, other times it would repeat an hour later, almost on the dot. I started keeping track in my phone notes, and sure enough, if there was a second knock, it was always 58 to 62 minutes after the first, like clockwork. I mentioned it to Tom, who of course did the typical husband thing of checking the door hinges and the frame, finding nothing wrong, and then suggesting it was just my imagination or the wind. By mid-February, I'd gotten almost used to it. Almost. Then came the TV incident. It was a Tuesday morning in March. I'd left for work around 7. Tom had come home at midnight and gone straight to bed, and Jake had a late start at school that day, so he was sleeping in. Around 8:30, I got a text from Lisa next door. "Hey, can you turn down your kitchen TV? Ryan's trying to sleep and it's really loud." I was confused since nobody was home, except Jake and Tom, both asleep. I texted Jake to check it out. About 20 minutes later, he texted back, "Mom, the TV in the kitchen was blasting, like full volume on some cooking show. I turned it off. Did you leave it on?" I felt a chill reading that. No, I hadn't turned on the TV that morning. I never watched TV before work. I'm always rushing to get ready and out the door. Tom wouldn't have turned it on either. When he gets home from night shift, he goes straight to bed. And Jake had been asleep until Lisa's complaint woke him up. I called Tom, waking him up, which he wasn't happy about. And he confirmed he hadn't touched the TV. So somehow, our kitchen television had turned itself on at full volume, tuned to a channel we rarely watched. When I got home that evening, I checked the TV to see if maybe there was a timer set or some kind of automatic function. Nothing. It was an older model without smart features. You had to physically press buttons to operate it. Jake swore he hadn't gotten up earlier and forgotten about it. Tom suggested maybe there was a power surge that somehow triggered it, but that didn't explain how it changed channels or turned the volume all the way up. Lisa asked me about it the next day, and I just made up something about Jake forgetting to turn it off. I didn't want to sound crazy talking about ghost TVs, but inside, I was getting seriously freaked out. The knocking continued through February and into March, sometimes skipping a few days, but always returning. Always the same pattern, always when I was alone. I started sleeping in our bedroom more, avoiding the couch, but occasionally I'd still fall asleep there waiting for Tom. Which brings me to what happened last night. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'd fallen asleep on the couch watching some reality show. Tom was working. Jake had gone to bed around 10, wearing his favorite Blue Giants t-shirt and grey sweatpants, his typical sleepwear. I woke up suddenly at exactly 2 in the morning. I checked my phone right after. At first, I thought the knocking had woken me, but the house was silent. Then I noticed something at the living room doorway, a figure partially hidden, just the side of a face and shoulder visible, peeking around the corner. In the dim light from the TV, I could make out Jake's profile. "Jake?" I called, my voice thick with sleep. "What are you doing up?" No response. He just continued to stand there, half hidden behind the doorframe, watching me. "Jake, it's late. Go back to bed." Still nothing. I was getting annoyed now, thinking he was playing some stupid game. "Seriously, Jake, you're scaring me. Stop it." That's when it happened. The figure slowly straightened up, moving fully into the doorway. I could see now it was wearing Jake's exact clothes. The Blue Giants shirt, the grey sweats, but as I focused on the face, something wasn't right. It looked like Jake, but something was off. The expression was blank, emotionless. The eyes didn't seem to focus on anything. I sat up, fully awake now and genuinely frightened. "Jake?" My voice came out as barely a whisper. The figure just stood there, completely still. Then, and I swear this is what happened, It started to fade, not like walking away or turning around. It literally started to dissolve from the edges inward, like someone was erasing it bit by bit. Within seconds, it was gone, just evaporated into the darkness of the hallway. I sat frozen for what felt like forever, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it. Finally, I managed to get up on shaky legs and grabbed my phone for light. I checked the hallway. Nothing. I practically ran to Jake's room and threw open the door. There he was, sound asleep in his bed, wearing the exact same blue Giants t-shirt and grey sweatpants I'd just seen on whatever that was in the doorway. I stood there watching him breathe for a few minutes, making sure he was real. I even gently touched his arm to make sure he was solid. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, just sat in the living room with all the lights on, waiting for Tom to get home. When he finally did around 6 a.m., I told him everything. He looked worried, not about ghosts, but about me. Suggested maybe I was sleepwalking or having some kind of waking dream. Said stress can cause hallucinations. But I know what I saw, and combined with the knocking and the TV incident, I'm convinced something is in this house with us. Something that can knock on doors, turn on electronics, and now apparently mimic my son. I went to the local spiritual shop today and bought some sage and incense. The woman there told me to burn it in every room, focusing on doorways and corners where energy can get trapped. I did it as soon as I got home, even though Jake complained about the smell and Tom rolled his eyes. The thing is, I don't know what to do next. We can't afford to move right now. We just signed a year lease. Lisa and Ryan haven't experienced anything in their part of the house except overhearing our TV that one time. I don't want to scare Jake by telling him what I saw. Tonight will be the first night since it happened. Tom's off work, thank God, so I won't be alone. But I can't stop thinking about that figure in the doorway, wearing my son's clothes with that empty expression, and how it just dissolved. What if the knocking was just the beginning? What if whatever this is getting stronger, more able to interact with our world? What if next time it does more than just stand there? I've never believed in the supernatural before, but I swear on everything I care about, this is all real. It's happening, and I have no idea how to make it stop. Story 18. I've been putting off writing this for a long time because it still hurts to think about, but I need to get it out. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not going crazy. My best friend Nolan died of an overdose in early 2020. We'd been friends since high school, almost 15 years of friendship gone in an instant. The worst part was that his death came during those first terrifying months of the pandemic, so we couldn't even have a proper funeral. Just a small graveside service with masks and social distancing. It felt so wrong, so incomplete. Nolan deserved better. Fast forward to last year, 2023. I got engaged to my girlfriend Emma, and wedding planning started in earnest. We set the date for September 2024. Every wedding decision brought Nolan to mind. He should have been standing next to me as one of my groomsmen. He would have been planning some ridiculous bachelor party that would have probably gotten us all arrested. I kept thinking about how he'd make fun of me for stressing over napkin colors or seating charts. The hardest part was picking groomsmen. I had my brother, Emma's brother, and 3 close friends, but it felt like there was a Nolan-shaped hole in the group. One night after too many beers, I told Emma I wanted to leave a spot open for Nolan. She immediately understood and suggested we get a boutonniere for him too, and maybe save a seat at the head table. It sounds morbid, but it felt right. I even bought groomsmen gifts, custom pocket knives with their initials, and got one for Nolan too. I planned to give it to his dad after the wedding. His dad and I still kept in touch, not as much as right after Nolan died, but we'd grab coffee every few months. He was doing okay, all things considered. He'd moved to a smaller place a couple towns over in Westfield and seemed to be finding a new normal. This is where things start getting weird. Emma has this cat named Rusty she's had since college. Rusty is getting old now, so we take him to the vet pretty regularly. After one visit in February, the vet set up these automated text reminders about Rusty's medications. About 3 weeks later, I get a call from Nolan's dad, Mark. He sounded confused, asking if we had been at his vet's office recently. I told him no, we use a place near our apartment. Then he tells me he's been getting text messages about medication reminders for a dog named Rusty. Here's the thing. Nolan had a dog named Rusty when he was a kid. That dog died like 10 years ago. Mark hadn't owned a pet since. I figured it was just a weird coincidence, so I told him to call the vet and get them to fix it. He did, but the messages kept coming. The vet office had no record of sending them, couldn't find any dog named Rusty in their system associated with Mark's number, and had no idea why their system was doing this. Mark called me again a week later, and I could hear the emotion in his voice. "I think it's Nolan," he said. "I think he's messing with the system somehow." I didn't know what to say. I'm not a superstitious person, but hearing the certainty in Mark's voice gave me chills. Then Mark said something that really got to me. "I think Nolan is pissed he can't be at your wedding." I laughed it off on the phone, but afterward I couldn't stop thinking about it. The timing was weird. The text started right after Emma and I finalized our wedding party, right after we decided to leave that symbolic space for Nolan. In April, more strange things started happening. I was putting together our wedding website, and I'd uploaded photos of all the groomsmen. I'd also included a memorial section with a photo of Nolan with a little paragraph about missing him. Three times, I found that the website had rearranged itself, moving Nolan's photo into the groomsmen section. I assumed it was a glitch and kept fixing it, but after the third time I just left it there. Maybe it was a sign. Wedding planning continued, and the weird incident seemed to stop for a while. Summer came, and we were buried in final preparations. Sometimes I'd catch myself talking to Nolan in my head, asking what he thought about this or that decision. It was comforting in a sad way. Then, in August, about a month before the wedding, I was alone in our apartment working late. Emma was visiting her parents for the weekend. Around 1 in the morning, I went to the kitchen for a drink, and I swear I heard someone call my name. It was so clear I actually answered, "Yeah," before realizing no one else was home. I stood frozen in the dark kitchen, heart pounding. Our refrigerator started making this weird humming noise, getting louder and louder until it was almost vibrating. Then it just stopped. Complete silence. And in that silence I could have sworn I heard a laugh, Nolan's distinctive laugh that always sounded like he was slightly out of breath. I ran back to the bedroom and turned on every light in the apartment. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't tell Emma about it. I didn't tell anyone. It sounded too crazy, and part of me thought I was just stressed about the wedding and missing my friend. The wedding itself was perfect. September 12th, 2024. Beautiful weather. Everyone we loved in one place. We did leave that spot in the groomsmen line, and the officiant even mentioned Nolan briefly during the ceremony. At the reception, I placed his boutonniere on the empty chair we'd reserved at our table. It felt right, having him there in some small way. After the honeymoon and settling back into normal life, I gave Mark the groomsman gift I'd bought for Nolan. We met for coffee, and he cried when I handed it to him. He told me the text messages about Rusty had stopped the day after the wedding. "I think he's at peace now," Mark said. "He got to be there in his own way." I nodded and pretended to understand, but honestly, I still wasn't sure what to believe. Then came my birthday in November. The night before I turned 34, I had the most vivid dream I've ever experienced. In the dream, I was helping my friend Chris, who was also one of my groomsmen, move into a new house. The house looked exactly like my childhood home, but in the dream, it was Chris's place. We were carrying boxes from the garage to the living room. Everything felt completely normal and mundane. Chris was complaining about his back hurting, and I was teasing him about getting old. I went outside to get another box from the moving truck. The sun was setting, casting this golden light across the front yard, and there, standing next to the truck, was Nolan. He looked exactly like he always had. Messy, dark hair, slightly crooked smile, wearing that stupid flannel shirt he used to wear all the time, even when it was too hot out. But he looked healthy, clear-eyed. Not like the last few times I'd seen him before he died, when the drugs had started taking their toll. He was holding the gift box with the pocket knife I'd bought him. I wasn't scared. I wasn't even surprised. It felt completely natural that he was there. I said, "Hey, you made it." Nolan smiled, not saying anything, just smiled and looked down at the box in his hands. He ran his thumb over the wrapping paper, then looked back up at me. He gave a little nod, turned, and started walking down the driveway toward the street. I tried to follow him, but my feet wouldn't move. It was like they were glued to the pavement. I called out to him, but my voice made no sound. I watched him walk away, getting smaller and smaller in the distance, until he turned the corner and disappeared. I woke up with tears streaming down my face. Emma was shaking me, asking if I was okay. Apparently, I'd been crying in my sleep. I told her about the dream, and she held me while I sobbed like a child. It had felt so real. It felt like Nolan had actually visited me, like he wanted me to know he'd seen what we did at the wedding, that he knew we'd saved a place for him, that he appreciated the gift. The next morning was my birthday. I checked my phone and had a text from Mark that sent ice through my veins. It said, "Happy birthday. Had a dream about Nolan last night. He was smiling. I think he's okay now." I haven't had any more dreams about Nolan since then. The weird incidents have stopped, but I know what I experienced. I know it wasn't just grief or coincidence or my imagination. I've never believed in ghosts or an afterlife. I've always thought when you're gone, you're just gone, but now, I don't know anymore. I think maybe the people we love find ways to reach us when they need to. I think maybe Nolan needed to be at my wedding, needed to know he wasn't forgotten, needed to say goodbye properly. I still miss him every day, but that dream gave me a kind of peace I hadn't felt since he died. And sometimes, when I'm alone and thinking about him, I swear I can feel him nearby, just for a moment before he's gone again. Story 19. I still can't sleep with the lights off. It's been 3 years since I moved out of that sorority house, and I still wake up in cold sweats, thinking I hear metal dragging across the floor above me. My therapist says writing about it might help, so here goes. I joined Kappa Beta Phi. We even had the university send maintenance workers to check for gas leaks or anything else that might cause hallucinations. Nothing helped. The final straw came during spring finals week. I was studying late in my room when I heard a child's laughter coming from the attic. Not just a giggle, but full-on playful laughter, followed by what sounded like a ball bouncing. I texted our group chat, asking if anyone else was hearing it. 5 other sisters were awake, and they all heard it too. Amber called an emergency meeting the next day. She showed us entries in the book from 1997 that described the exact same laughter. The sisters back then had researched the history of the house and discovered it had been a doctor's residence in the early 1900s. The doctor had lost his young son to scarlet fever, and according to local legend, he'd performed experiments in the attic, trying to bring back his son. We don't know if that's true. What we do know is that by the end of that semester, 23 years after our sorority had moved in, we decided to leave the house for good. The national organization helped us find a new property, and we moved out that summer. The university converted our old house into administrative offices, but from what I've heard, they've had trouble keeping staff in the building. I still drive by the old house sometimes. It looks the same, beautiful, stately, inviting, but I know what's inside. I know about the footsteps in the hallway, the metal dragging across the floor, the things that pull at your blankets in the night. Last month I ran into Jenny at a coffee shop. We hadn't talked much since graduation, but as soon as we saw each other, we both knew what we wanted to discuss. She told me she still has nightmares about the attic door shaking against the chain. I admitted I sleep with my closet doors closed and locked because I'm afraid of what might come out. "Do you think we should have done more?" she asked me, "to figure out what was happening?" I thought about the book with its 25 years of unexplained phenomena. I thought about the scratches on Kayla's back, the child's laughter in the attic, the baking sheets thrown across the kitchen floor. "No," I said, "some things are better left alone." But the truth is, I don't think we left it alone. I think whatever was in that house is still with us, in a way. It's in our memories, in our nightmares, in the way we still check empty rooms before entering them and freeze at unexpected sounds in the night. I don't have an explanation for what happened in that house. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real. It happened to us, and not a day goes by that I don't think about it. Whatever was in that house, we didn't defeat it. We just escaped it. And sometimes, in the middle of the night when I hear an unexpected sound, I wonder if it followed me home. Story 20. I've never really told this story outside of my immediate family. It happened when I was 11, and to this day, almost a decade later, I still get chills thinking about it. I know what I saw. I know it wasn't my imagination. But there's just no logical explanation for it. My family moved to Riverdale when I was about 9 years old. It's one of those small rural towns where everybody knows everybody, and there's not much to do except explore the outdoors. My uncle had purchased this property on the outskirts of town that came with 2 houses, the main one where we lived, and this old abandoned house about 100 yards behind it. The previous owners had left the place in a hurry, from what my parents told us. The abandoned house was strictly off limits, according to my parents, but of course, that just made it more appealing to me and my older sister, Emma. She was 14 at the time, and even though she acted like she was too mature to hang out with her little brother, she still joined me on our secret expeditions to the old house. It was our special place where we'd play and make up stories about who might have lived there before. That day started like any other summer day. It was hot, probably in the 90s, and Emma was supposed to be watching our baby cousin while our parents and aunt went into town for groceries. I remember being bored out of my mind, flipping through TV channels and finding nothing good to watch. Eventually, I decided to go explore the abandoned house on my own. The path to the old house cut through a field of tall grass that always made this weird rustling sound, even when there wasn't any wind. I remember the crunch of dry dirt under my sneakers as I walked, swatting away bugs that kept landing on my sweaty arms. The abandoned house came into view gradually. First the dark roof, then the weather-beaten walls, and finally the broken windows that looked like empty eye sockets. As I got closer, I noticed something that made me stop in my tracks. There was someone leaning against the side of the house. At first, I thought it might be one of the neighborhood kids who sometimes sneaked onto our property, but as I got closer, I realized it was Emma. I recognized her red t-shirt and the way she had her hair tied up in a messy bun. "Emma," I called out, confused because she was supposed to be watching our cousin. "What are you doing here?" She didn't respond. She just stood there, leaning against the wall, staring straight ahead. Something felt off. Her posture was too rigid, too still. I moved closer, trying to get her attention. "Hey, Emma, did you leave the baby alone? Mom's gonna kill you if she finds out." Still nothing. No acknowledgement that she even heard me. I was only about 15 feet away from her now, and that's when I noticed her face. It was wrong. Her expression was completely blank. Her eyes were wide open, but they weren't focusing on anything. They were just staring, empty, and she wasn't blinking. A chill ran down my spine despite the heat. Something was seriously wrong with my sister. Was she sleepwalking, having some kind of seizure? I took a hesitant step forward, and that's when it happened. In one fluid motion, Emma pushed herself off the wall and took off running. She bolted around the right side of the house, moving faster than I'd ever seen my sister move before. Her movements were jerky, unnatural. "Emma, wait!" I shouted, running after her. The abandoned house had two paths back to the main house. The right side, which Emma had taken, required climbing over a tall fence that separated our property from the neighbor's land. It was at least 6 feet high, maybe 8, and even Emma had trouble getting over it normally. The left side was a clear path straight to our backyard. If I took the left path, I could cut her off before she reached the main house. So that's what I did. I sprinted around the left side of the house, through the field, my heart pounding in my chest. I was determined to catch her and figure out what was going on. Maybe she was playing some kind of weird prank on me. Maybe she'd lost her mind. Either way, I needed answers. I burst into our backyard, out of breath and sweating, expecting to see Emma either struggling with the fence or just making it over. But there was no one there. The yard was empty. I spun around, looking in every direction, but saw nothing. She couldn't have beaten me here. It was physically impossible given the route she'd taken. Confused and a little scared now, I ran into the main house through the back door. And that's when my blood ran cold. Emma was in the kitchen, calmly making a sandwich. Our baby cousin was in her high chair, happily babbling and playing with some toys. Emma looked up when I came in, raising an eyebrow at my disheveled appearance. "What happened to you?" she asked, spreading peanut butter on bread. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't speak for a moment. My sister was perfectly dry, not a drop of sweat on her, her hair neatly tied back. She wasn't out of breath. Her clothes weren't dirty or grass-stained like they would have been if she'd just climbed over the fence. There was absolutely no way she could have beaten me back to the house, especially while looking so normal. You were just at the abandoned house," I finally managed to stammer. Emma frowned. "No, I wasn't. I've been here the whole time watching Sophia. Mum would kill me if I left her alone. But I saw you. You were leaning against the wall and then you ran away from me." Emma put down the knife she was using and looked at me with concern. "Jake, are you feeling okay? Maybe you got too much sun or something." "I'm not making this up," I shouted, frustration and fear making my voice crack. "It was you. It looked exactly like you." Emma wiped her hands on a dishcloth and came over to me, feeling my forehead like she was checking for a fever. "I think you should lie down for a bit. Maybe you got dehydrated out there." I jerked away from her touch. "I know what I saw. It was you, but something was wrong. Your face was all weird and you wouldn't talk to me." Something flickered across Emma's face then, a brief flash of something. Fear, recognition. I couldn't tell, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. "You're scaring me, Jake," she said quietly. "I've been here the whole time, I swear." I wanted to argue more, but at that moment, our grandmother walked in from the living room where she'd apparently been napping. She looked between us, sensing the tension. "What's all the shouting about?" she asked in her thick accent. Before Emma could speak, I blurted out the whole story, seeing Emma at the abandoned house, her weird expression, the chase, everything. As I spoke, I kept my eyes on my sister, watching her face. She looked genuinely confused, maybe even a little frightened. When I finished, our grandmother was silent for a long moment. Then she did something that surprised both of us. She made the sign of the cross and muttered something under her breath in Spanish. "Abuela?" Emma asked hesitantly. "That place is not good," our grandmother said firmly. "I told your parents not to let you children go there. Bad things happened in that house. Bad people." "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling a chill despite the warm kitchen. "When your uncle bought this property, the other house was not clean," she said, choosing her words carefully. "There were symbols painted on the walls, upside-down crosses, dead animals buried in the yard. The kind of things people do when they invite evil." Emma rolled her eyes. Abuela, that's just stupid teenage stuff. Kids trying to be edgy. No, our grandmother said sharply. Some things you don't play with. Some doors, once opened, are hard to close. I remembered then something my uncle had mentioned when we first moved in, that the property had been riddled with satanic type of stuff that he'd had to clean up before we could move in. At the time, I thought he was just trying to scare us to keep us away from the abandoned house. So what did I see? I asked, my voice small. My grandmother looked at me for a long moment. A shadow, a reflection, something that wears familiar faces to trick us. Emma snorted. That's ridiculous. Jake probably just saw someone else and thought it was me, or maybe he imagined the whole thing. I didn't imagine it, I insisted. It was you, Emma. It looked exactly like you. But it wasn't me, she said firmly. I've been here the whole time. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what I'd seen, the blank expression on Emma's face, the way she moved, the physical impossibility of her getting back to the house before me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that empty stare. The next day, Emma acted like nothing had happened. When I tried to bring it up, she shut me down, saying I was trying to scare her and she wasn't falling for it. But I noticed she never went back to the abandoned house after that. None of us did. Years passed. We eventually moved away from Riverdale when I was 16. The abandoned house was demolished to make way for a new development, but I never forgot what happened that day. Even now, almost a decade later, I sometimes ask Emma about it when we get together for holidays. She always says the same thing. She has no memory of ever being at the abandoned house that day. She insists she was watching our cousin the entire time. But last Christmas, after a few glasses of wine, I caught her in a quiet moment and asked her again. For the first time, she hesitated before denying it. "Why do you keep bringing this up?" she asked, an edge of frustration in her voice. "Because I know what I saw," I said, "and I need to understand it." Emma was quiet for a long moment, staring into her wine glass. Then she looked up at me, and for a split second, I saw something in her eyes that made my heart skip a beat. The same emptiness I'd seen that day at the abandoned house. "Maybe some things are better left alone, Jake," she said quietly. Then she smiled, and the moment passed. But sometimes, when I look at my sister now, I find myself wondering, was it really something supernatural I saw that day? Or is Emma hiding something she doesn't want anyone to know? I still don't have answers. But one thing I know for certain, whatever I saw at that abandoned house that day, it wasn't human. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if it's still out there somewhere, wearing my sister's face.